welcome. And for our live participants, just a couple of reminders for flow and for access for our participants online. There's a tent, a pop-up tent on your desk with a couple of reminders. Just letting you know that this professional development opportunity is being recorded and will be archived for future access, so it will live online. And with that in mind, we'd like for you to consider your questions and your comments. Keep them in mind until we get a microphone to you so that our participants through Zoom can hear your questions and your comments. Zoom participants as well, we have a moderator through Zoom, and any questions that come up, she will be able to relay your questions and comments onto us. So please feel free to contribute and participate that way. Also, because we are all adult learners here, we have other responsibilities outside of what we are doing here today. So if you have to take a phone call, please feel free to do that. You may step out. And also as a reminder, please place your phones on silent or vibrate mode so that we may continue with our PD today with limited interruptions. Participants, via Zoom, we have shared a link that has all the materials you will need for today via Zoom. Additionally, for our live participants, you will find a green folder in front of you. If you do not have one, feel free to grab one from a neighboring table so that you can have access to all of the documents. If you notice on our introduction slide, there's a bit.ly there. If that bit.ly isn't working, it was broken earlier this morning and it wasn't taking you directly to the presentation. Don't worry, in a couple of slides ahead, we're going to have another link available, and that one was working, and it has everything you will need for today as well. The same PDF documents that were provided to our Zoom participants are included there as well. If none of those work, because I like to plan ahead of time, I also have them printed out as a QR code and a bit.ly link also. So our live participants, you may access one of these as well. And you can see the lovely Lupita for a copy if you would need that. With that said, show of hands, who's here? Let's take a look who's here. Oh, I see some familiar faces. Gen Ed friends. Do we have any general education friends here? Ooh, is this a special education party? Special ed friends. Special. Yeah, everybody. Admin. Speech and language. Psychologist. All right. Okay, so the beauty of the work that we're going to be doing here today is that we're going to be participating and sharing and learning. Zoom participants, feel free to chime in, letting the people online know who is here and what your role is. So the hard copy that Lupita was passing out displays our anchor resources. These are the resources that we'll be using today or referring to today. And so that you have direct access to them, we've included a QR code and a bit.ly link so that you may access them. The California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners with Disabilities was newly released in July of this year. So it's relatively new. It is a very lengthy document with incredibly important information. So in there, you will find information from identifying English language learners to determining whether they require support in a special education setting, how to develop an IEP, how to provide services and supports, the MTSS process, reclassification, exiting from English language learner status in a variety of pathways, and also exiting special education. We've also included a QR code and a bit.ly link for the CAASPP, and it's available for you online. Again, it's a longer document, so we didn't provide live participants with a hard copy also. You may access that online. Additionally, at the bottom section of our screen, you will see the QR code and the bit.ly link for all our participant documents for today, and these are all PDF provided. So you may enter the link to your internet browser, or you may use your camera on your handheld device to scan the QR code to open up that folder. Please, Zoom participants, let us know if the links aren't working so that we may update those so that they're available for all of you. Live participants as well, if you see that the QR code isn't working or any of the bit.lys aren't working as well, please let us know so that we may update that and make our resources truly accessible for all. Do you need more time with the screen, or are you fine with the handout? That's fine. Okay, so in your folder, you will find a note-taking guide that is specific to our accessibility resources information provided for you today. It is stapled, and it's a 2-pager. And you may use it to keep track of your learning today. It is also available electronically, should you want to access it that way and save your notes at this bit.ly. Our norms for the day. Our norms for the day are to stay engaged, to speak our truth, experience discomfort, expect and accept non-closure, and to partake in organic conversation. So by staying engaged, I know that many of us have many things going on, but let's do our very best to remain engaged in today's learning, and also to, when we are sharing and we're having conversation, to let it come out as it occurs to you. Remember, as I said, to keep our Zoom participants fully engaged as well, we ask that if you have a question or a comment, please raise your hand so that we might bring a microphone for you so that our Zoom participants can hear us online. Our learning event goals for the day are 3. Number 1 is to identify current classroom practices that these are things that you are already doing as they relate to teaching and learning that support access for all. Our second goal is to help identify and define types of accessibility resources available in CAASPP. And number 3, to understand the role of these resources in instruction and assessment. So in setting your own learning goals, we want you to consider these 2 questions. What are you hoping to get from today's PD? And how do your needs align with the learning event goals? So for yourself, you can use this on the note-taking guide to jot down what do you need from me, your neighbor, yourself to be able to achieve that goal. And how will you know that you've met your goal? By writing it down or by sharing it with a partner? We put that goal out into the world and we help each other remain accountable for that. And here is a section on your note-taking guide where you might jot that down if you wanted to do that, or if you wanted to share with your partner. So professional development requires us to remain engaged, and by being engaged, we are actively participating. And part of that is being able to identify what we're feeling, use self-talk, use an appropriate strategy, and apply it throughout so that we may remain engaged and regulate. And setting self-regulation goals, we want to keep our norms in mind and determine the strategy you will use. You may jot that down in your note-taking guide as well. Some of these routines are applicable in your classroom as well as you're developing supports for students. Not all supports are academic.
All right, so we're going to prime our brain a little. There's 4 images here, and they all depict, or they all are able to represent equality and equity. Look at the 4 images. Think about which one most resonates with you. And in a couple of moments, I'm going to ask you to stand around the room in the corner, depending on the image that you chose. So thinking of this image and thinking about equality and equity, which image most resonates with you? Okay. When you're ready, if you chose image number 1, I'm going to ask you to come to this corner of the room. If you chose image number 2, I'm going to ask you to go to that corner of the room. If you chose image number 3, I'm going to have you to go to that corner of the room. And if you choose image 4, I'm going to have you to come back here where the coffee is at. Okay? So when you are ready, you've chosen your image, please go to the corner of the image that most resonated with you. As soon as the dust has settled, you'll have a conversation in your groups about why you chose that image and what does equality and equity mean in those images.
For our Zoom participants, go ahead and choose which image resonates most with you and engage in conversation with each other using the chat feature in Zoom.
Looks like everybody has chosen. So in your groups, just naturally have a conversation, organically, like our norms say. Organically have a conversation around that image. Why did you choose that image? What does that image show or tell about equality and equity? Go ahead. All done here. It's still kind of early, huh? It's okay. All right. So let's ask, you might be voluntold to represent your group, and that's okay. So let's look at image number 1. Somebody from your group, what was a comment, or what did your group say in regards to that image with equality and equity? Image number 1.
So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that again into the mic. Just for our Zoom participants.
It might be more profound the second time, so that's good. It may not be, so that's that too. But so we chose number 1. In our discussion, we were talking about how we have, with liberation, we've removed the fence, we've removed the barrier, and all of our kids are on the same playing field.
Yeah, I get to participate. I'm no longer a spectator. I'm part of the game, and the game didn't change, right? The game didn't change. It's still the same. It's still the same game. All right, image number 2, right here. Image number 2. Yes, right? Who's volunteered? Voluntold.
Well, is it on?
I think so, yes.
Well, we chose number 2 because, reaching for the apple at the tree is the same goal that they all have, yet it's individualized for each person. So obviously the shorter person would get a taller platform, whereas the taller person would not get as tall of a platform. However, the goal is attainable based on their individual needs, which is noticeable in schools.
Goal doesn't change again, right? Objective is still the same. It's just a matter of the support that's needed. All right, image number 3 over here, correct? Yes? Sunflowers? No. All fours. Okay, so nobody chose sunflowers. That's a first. Number 4, who is voluntold? I see hand pointing.
We just had a brief discussion about, even though the first image represents equality, you can have everything equal. It doesn't mean that it's accessible and that everyone can participate. And that's the difference in equity, is that everyone can participate and everyone can have this shared experience by looking at different equipment and different ways to do it and broadening the perspective.
Yes, number 4 has always been my favorite. I'm biased to it because it is my favorite, only because I really like the way it depicts the bike, the tool. What tool is perfectly chosen for that particular student, right? What particular tool does that student need? Whereas the other ones, we're guessing it's not the same tool, but that idea that it's the same bench or the same block. Whereas in that image, to me, that bike really resonates. Yes. We have a
I'll
Zoom.
share on behalf of the Zoom participants. There were several who appreciated the picture with the sunflowers, of how giving students support enables them to grow. Every flower gets what it needs to grow.
Yay,
So
it
the
didn't stay
sunflower
by
picture.
itself. Thank you. Thank you. So yes, so looking at the tools is our perfect segue to what we're going to do today, right? How do we identify that tool that best fits with the student's need? Well, we have to understand the student, right? We have to know where are they coming from, what do they need, so that we can determine that tool that's perfectly aligned for that student. And again, the bike, the goal is still the same way. Everybody's going in the same direction, right? The goal is still to move forward. Thank your group. Thank your group. And return back to your seats.
Now, in the spirit of our equality and equity slides, I want us to consider what we do for students in our classroom. Let's take inventory of what it is that we do to support students. And when I'm talking about supporting students, although we are largely, if not wholly, special education in background, I want you to consider students without a 504, without an IEP. We're talking about students that belong to different student groups, whether it be low socioeconomic, food insecurity, English language learners. Consider what we do for students to support them in the classroom. Take a couple of minutes, a minute or two, to jot down some of the things you do for students. Informal jot down, it doesn't need to be in sentence form, it could be a series of bullets. What is it that you do for students in general?
So you can actually do that jotting on this note-taking guide and through the lens of needs, right? It's not saying these are the only needs, because we know that there's much more than this. But these are some needs that you might want to use that lens to think about what you already do for students who have attention difficulties. What do you already do for students who are struggling readers? Limited English, visual impairments, processing, or calculation difficulties.
Live participants, that form is that purple-hued sheet of paper. And then participants via Zoom, you will find in your electronic resources a form that looks like this, and it has a brief description and an image of what the forms are and what they, and a description of what the form is. So that way, if in case you need to find the particular form, it gives you a brief description of what it's for. That's for our Zoom participants.
So again, you don't have to name the strategy by name, just what do you do for students? And our goal is that at the end, when we start to look at these tools that have names, we can either align them to what you are already doing, because I can guarantee you some of the things you're already doing is in support or aligned with one of the accessibility tools available through CAASPP. So our goal is at the end, we're going to come back and revisit this handout and see, what am I already doing? What do I need to tweak? And it's the same tool during CAASPP. So just a couple more minutes to get those notes down.
if you're struggling to write on that purple sheet of paper because you want to save a hard copy for future use, don't worry, on the QR code and the bit.ly that's on this sheet of paper, you have access to a PDF form that's blank that you can print out as many times as you need.
Saw those administrators' faces like, I'm not writing on this.
So every single document we refer to today, it's included in the folder. Let's wrap up that final thought. And bring all of those ideas, all of those supports you just thought of, and think about how you would apply them with a real life student. Are we ready? Let's do this. All right. Consider a student, any student, present, past, that one that sticks out, we all have them. And consider what kind of supports you provided for that particular student. When we're looking at the Common Core State Standards, as these two listed above in reading and writing, consider what barriers might that student face when working towards mastery of the standards. Take a minute to read those anchor standards and consider what difficulties or roadblocks or what supports, what barriers might be in the way for demonstrating mastery. What are some supports you could provide for a struggling reader? Some of the things that you wrote down, additional things that come to mind. What supports would you provide for a student struggling with writing that you jotted down, or additional ones that came up as you were thinking of that specific student and the supports necessary? And again, this is from the lens of both English language learner, student with disabilities, a student who has any processing deficits, not necessarily one type of student, different students. What are some of the supports you provide?
So before we move on real quick, just because, I just pushed something on your clicker.
No worries. No worries.
So before we move on, just have a quick table discussion around what would you do for those, looking at those two anchor standards. What are some possible barriers? Have a quick table discussion around some of those possible barriers with that anchor, with those two anchor standards. Yes, so if you're right here, I'm just going to ask you to turn around and just have a quick 2-minute discussion about what are some of those possible barriers that a student might face with those anchor standards. Go ahead. About 10 more seconds to wrap up that conversation. Five, four, three, two. Oh, you can tell we were all students at one point, right? Because you all know what to do with that sign. So thank you for following along with that. So what are some barriers? What are some barriers? Let me get the mic. What are some possible barriers? Volunteer? I should have put the microwave in. I don't get volunteers, huh?
To begin with, I think for like in terms of the reading, there could be the lack of the the basic skills, reading skills, decoding skills, phonetics skills, also the inferencing stuff, like learning what keywords give away, or allowing them to make inferences. So the transition words, keywords, things like that. So that could be not understanding that part of the reading part.
Yeah.
That made no sense, but I know what I mean.
We understood you. We're with you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yes, definitely. And your comment, I know our lens here today is special education, but your comment happens in a general ed, right? With our general ed students. Those are the same issues that happen with that particular group of students as well. Any others on some barriers that were noticed? Maybe something of the writing.
Sometimes they have the correct answer, but they don't know how to express it in writing. So they can tell you the correct answer, but for them to write it in a complete sentence is really hard.
Yes. So structural, right? Being able to write it structurally. I can think of my daughter, right? My daughter has ADHD, and writing right now is a huge issue because how do I structure my thoughts and at the same time I can't spell very well, so now I have that added pressure. So lots of issues, yes.
I'm just noticing sometimes they have trouble like transitioning to the different types of writing. For example, if you're doing narrative, that's a little easier because you're telling a story. But then you ask them, okay, well, let's do an opinion piece now. Now it makes them think, in a more abstract form, and they have trouble with that. My opinion. So some kids require a little bit more walking through and letting.
Yeah, and it's funny you say narrative is easier for student and it's harder to teach because you really need language in a narrative. You need to be able to describe really your story, the details, the feelings of characters, and that's all requires language and being able to expand and enrich your sentences. So it's a little easier to relate, perhaps, but a lot harder to teach, well, at least from my personal experience. So, okay. Thank you for engaging in that conversation. So, looking at our topic, accessibility resources within CAASPP, right? You all are already doing certain resources in CAASPP to support students, but thinking about your CAASPP resources, what are 3 facts you already know about accessibility resources? And what are 2 questions that you have about these resources, these CAASPP resources? I'll give you about 2 minutes to go ahead and jot down some notes. If you wish to either put them in your head, that's fine, or use your note-taking guide to jot those down. All right. What's one fact you know about accessibility resources? What's one fact you know about accessibility resources? Thank you.
We have designated supports.
There's designated supports. Good job. I feel like I need to have prizes on. Another fact about accessibility resources. Oh, come on, you guys know stuff. Yay.
I think it's pretty similar to what she said, individualized for each student. Did I something like that? Is that what you mean?
She said that there are
Okay.
designated supports.
Well, never mind.
There's universal supports. Thank you. There's universal supports. Anything else? We have, thank you.
They're broken into tiers based upon the level of student need.
Yeah, I never heard it that way. Thank you for explaining it like that. So they're tiered based on student need. Thank you. All right, so the 2 questions you have, I hope we get to answer, or it's answered throughout the day. If not, please feel free. If that answer that you had at the start did not get answered, we are here to answer those questions at the end. Please make sure to get your question answered if it's not covered with what we covered today. All right, so we know that California has a diverse student population. Right? On this graph, we see our California school dashboard, and one of the highest percentage of students are socially, economically disadvantaged. We see that here locally, right? We know that's a high percentage in certain districts. The next highest percentage are English learners. Again, our population here, we know that that is primarily our students in certain districts. And then with that comes next our students with disabilities, and then our homeless and foster youth. So we know we have a wide range of student population, and not all of those students fit under the categories of 504 and IEPs. So what do we do for those students? What can we do for those students? Because we know sitting in front of us, there are many needs, right? Many needs. And a population that wasn't noticed there is one that's growing pretty fast and pretty large. It's our students who are ELs and have a student with disability. Take a moment to read that to yourself. So in the first paragraph, fastest growing and lowest performing subgroup. Right? Those are 2 words that stick out to me in that first paragraph. Fastest growing and lowest performing. In the second paragraph, in the CAASPP, they're showing to trail over 10 points behind their English-only non-disabled peers. So we live it. We know we have these students, and so what can we do? What are some resources that we can use with students? How can we capitalize on what the state has given us to use with students? So imagine Patrick. I never had a Patrick in my class, thinking about it. Imagine a student named Patrick. Patrick is a struggling reader, right? He's a struggling reader who is about to take or is needing to take a math test. Okay? And the teacher has given the option of taking that test via computer so that the questions can be read to him. Whereas the other students are going to take, some of the other students are going to take the paper pencil. Okay? So thinking about Patrick, look at these questions. Which version of the test is going to yield the most accurate score for Patrick? Which version provides Patrick's teacher with the more helpful information about his instruction? And which is more fair? Have a conversation. You can either partner up, or if you wish to have a table discussion around these 3 questions. You don't have to hit them in that order. Just, what does your conversation say about these 3 questions? Accurate score, most useful information, and is it fair? Go ahead. Yeah, he's a struggling reader. Struggling reader.
What's that? Like a chapter test or like the SPEC, or it's a math test? It's a math test. Yeah, so he's a struggling reader, but this is a math test, and he's all for the computer-based, while everybody else gets to take the paper pencil. So
If it's a word problem and it's specifically asking him to interpret a word problem, there's a reading comprehension component. So reading it verbatim to him might be okay because, yes, you can't coach him through the process after reading, so it has to be like verbatim.
All right. Our mic is going around. Volunteers, what are some discussions or points you made in regards to these 3 questions? Thinking about the first one. Which version is going to yield the most accurate results for Patrick? And I know we all went super analytical and it's like, well, I want to know this about Patrick and I want to know this about Patrick. And I get it. You got very minimal information, just surface level thinking, right? Just surface level thinking. We're teachers, we can't just do surface level thinking. Just Patrick is a struggling reader. He was able to do the computer test. It was read to him, right? Verbatim of the questions. Which one is going to yield the most accurate score? What did you guys say? Computer, right? Why? Why is that version going to be most helpful for the teacher? It's more accessible. That's what I hear. Familiarity. Okay. What is the teacher assessing? Math skills. So is it fair? I see no and yes. It's fair. I did the same training yesterday at a school site in high school, and believe it or not, I got some, I don't know if it's fair, right? So this is still questioned, right? But we have to fully understand what the purpose of an assessment is, right? And how it's supposed to inform my instruction moving forward. So what evidence do I want to collect from that assessment? In this case, I'm assuming the teacher wants to assess how well he can do the math, not how well he can read the words on the test. So is it fair? Yes, it's fair, right? I even had yesterday a participant say, well, why not everybody do the test on a computer? Okay, go ahead. Right? It's not about just giving it to Patrick. If somebody chooses to take it on the test, on the computer, then that's fine, because you know what? He's going to be able to do it. That student who is good, who is proficient in reading, is going to do the same score most likely the same score on the computer, and then on the paper pencil, because he doesn't need it. But Patrick, he needs it. Big difference, right? So the idea of norm, right, normal, it's a myth. Because we all know that we have a jagged learning profile. I'm the perfect example because my focus in the curriculum department is ELA. Everything that has to do with ELA, CAASPP ELA, and as soon as I have to talk about math, boy, do I go on the low end of that. Because math is not my world, right? I struggle with it. I need supports. I need some tutoring. I have my math coordinator give me some cheat sheets, right? I need a lot of things in order for me to produce. I can do it, right? I'm not gonna lose my job over it, but I'm gonna need some supports. However, you give me anything in ELA, it's easy for me, right? Our students are the same way. We know that. Some perform better in ELA and some perform better in math. Certain supports are needed in ELA and certain supports are needed in math. It's not saying that just because I need it in ELA, I need it in math, and just because I need it in math, I need it in ELA. It really comes down to who is in front of you. What do they need? What evidence do I have that show me what they need? And that myth of average. I found out, I didn't know this. I mean, I don't know if my history teachers might have not helped me out there, but I didn't know that this idea of average came during the time of factories, right? So the idea of us producing students like factories, that's a little alarming. I hope that my teacher didn't look at me like I was in a factory line, right? The idea of what is average.
So the purpose and the importance of all these different supports that we provide is to provide for all students. Monday through Friday, instruction, assessment, formal, informal, formative, and then again as a summative with the CAASPP. Because accessibility is really a moral issue, and it's what we signed up to do. It's to determine what it is that our students need, to allow them to show us what they're capable of doing. If we go back to the Jagged Learning Profile, we know that every single student, ourselves included as adult learners now, have relative strengths and relative weaknesses. And we all rely on everyday supports to help us demonstrate what it is that we can do. If we're looking at our phone for technology support, for helping me remember things, if we're looking at the Jagged Learning Profile right here, we have curiosity, interest, knowledge. A lot of the supports that we provide for ourselves are to address these different characteristics of us as individuals that we will later then provide for students, because we know that accountability is everywhere. We are accountable for learning in language arts, in science, in math, for our English learners with the LPAC, and then again, even the state of California has an accountability measure within the dashboard. So some of the accessibility resources that we're going to be delving into today when it comes to supporting students and allowing them to show a way of demonstrating mastery of what it is that they truly know are divided into the three areas aligned with UDL principles, which are engagement, representation, action, and expression. So they address the why of learning, what of learning, and the how of learning. When we think of representation, it's how these resources generally address access barriers. And again, if we're having students show us what they know, we need to really support their strengths and allow the barriers to be removed by giving supports that help in representation, action, and expression, as well as engagement. Following the MTSS principles, we know that we have all, some, and few. So one of the ways that support are categorizing our supports, accessibility supports for students, are by thinking of them as universal tools are available for all students. Designated supports are available for some students, and accommodations for few students. That does not mean that If you are receiving accommodations, you can't have access to designated supports and universal tools as well.
And that image really portrays what you had mentioned earlier, right? That idea, the fact that he knew that these resources are tiered by level of need.
And it's important to realize also that when we're talking about universal tools, these are all supports that there is no need for you to turn anything on TOMS. They're already available. Okay. Designated supports and accommodations, a little bit more work needs to go there, and we'll get into that later on. So when we look at this graphic, again, to echo the previous image, we look at universal tools as those tools being available for everybody. Designated supports for some, and accommodations for few. Within the three different tiers, we have embedded supports and non-embedded supports. Embedded meaning that they're included within the computerized interface, and non-embedded are things that are not included in the testing interface that you would then have to provide for students. Think of it as breaks. Breaks aren't necessarily put into the testing interface. It won't tell the student you must take a break right now. The student is able to choose them, and as a teacher, you provide them. That's what they mean by embedded and non-embedded. So newly released. Just as a disclaimer, in your folder, you have the 1819 accessibility resources. By the end of the day, sorry,
Technical difficulties. You actually have the 1920. The only one that you will provide before the end of the day updated is the LPAC one. I believe that's the only one that you won't have updated in your folder, but the rest are the 1920 copies.
so these graphics are one-pagers that will break up the supports, the resources available for students under the universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. So these are a great place to start seeing the organization of those supports. Take a couple of minutes right now to go through those accessibility resource graphics and pick out consistent themes in the organization of them.
And we did provide them hard copy because you're going to be using them a lot, right? So we want them to last you a long time.
Right.
So we provided them cardstock for you. So you're welcome.
So let's get ready to share some noticings, some things you've noticed on the accessibility graphic for assessment for CAASPP. It could be anything from the structure of the document to something new or something that you think is different from the last one.
students in the classroom, right? Come on, somebody participate. Come on, anybody.
Across all areas, science, math, language arts, that a lot of the tools are the same for all, so it's something that can be used every day, Monday through Friday.
So it's not going to overwhelm the student trying to be like, oh, this is what it is in math, and this is what it is. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. All right, well, we're gonna dig into these deeper, so you might have more to say a little bit later. I'm gonna let it fly this time, all right?
So when we look at the accessibility graphic, we see that we have embedded and non-embedded supports. And as I alluded to earlier, embedded are provided digitally through the testing system, and non-embedded are provided at the local level. That's something that the teacher would do, the school site would do, whether it be providing the time for the break, whether it be providing a headset, whether it be providing an application or an extension that would allow the student to use the speech-to-text feature to then later be used, then later to be transcribed into the testing interface. Those would be embedded, non-embedded supports that could also be provided, and those are available through the universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. So general guidelines for use, like everything that we do with our students in our classroom, is that the student must be familiar with the resource. What does that mean? It can't just be turned on for CAASPP. Okay? It cannot just be turned on like, hey, let's have an emergency amendment and let's turn on all of these supports, right? Because it ends up being more distracting and more of a hindrance than a support. And think of these as resources for the students to use, and if the student hasn't had ample time to practice using them, then it's really useless.
And to add to that, Vanessa, it's not just to use it on the assessment. If you don't use it for learning, then you didn't learn what you needed to learn, so what does it matter on the time of the assessment? The whole purpose is to use these tools to access learning, right? Because that has been our message, right? Oh, these are great, I can use them on the test. Well, it's not, yes, it's important, right? It mirrors the support for you on the assessment, but the purpose is to allow access to the learning, or else then what are they going to show you if they didn't learn it Monday through Friday? When you put it on in the assessment on Friday, you might not get the results you wanted to get because that barrier was still there Monday through Thursday.
Because then we run into the same issue when if they're only allowed to use the Chromebook for their writing prompt for each trimester and then again for the CAASPP, well, what about that time period between the trimester writing prompt? What about that time period between writing prompt and the CAASPP, right? If you're not there monitoring how it is that they're accessing the tool, how it is that they're demonstrating their learning, because that's really what it is. It's not for the purpose, it's not for the sake of assessment, it's for the purpose of learning. Assessment is a way of gauging what it is that the student has learned, and if we're not using these supports or these resources as part of the learning process, then it really makes them useless for students and for teachers and for the whole accountability process as well, because we want these to be tools that they use throughout, right? We want them to be able to access these in both summative assessments and both formative assessments and different types of learning, whether it be small group, independent, individual at home, because we want these to become part of their own repertoire. So Matrix 1. Matrix 1 is the companion resource to these accessibility resources.
This should be the next document in your
These
folder.
are included in your participant folder, and they look like this. Matrix 1 is CAASPP specific. So as I mentioned, it's the companion document to the accessibility support, the accessibility resource graphic, the one-page graphic. Matrix 1 contains 5 parts, so it goes beyond the one-pager. You go more in depth into the universal tools, which is part 1, designated supports, accommodations, instructional supports, and then unlisted resources. If you take a couple of seconds to flip through the actual document, you'll be able to see them. There's also some Post-its in some of the boxes around some of the tables if you want to tab the sections so that you may refer to these in the future as a resource. Not if, when. Every day. So the accessibility resources in Matrix 1, they go in depth to address the UDAs. So when you see the term UDA, just because we love to throw acronyms at you, right, when it comes to education. So when you hear me say UDA, I think it's sort of like, I don't know, it's a weird thing once we start throwing acronyms, because then you see people, oh yeah, and we have like no idea what it is that they're talking about, right? So we want to avoid that, so I will define the acronyms that are being thrown out today. So UDAs are universal supports, universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. So when the Matrix 1 refers to UDAs, that's what it's talking about. Universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. So when you are using the UDAs, you are not changing the construct of what's being assessed. That's always the question that pops up.
And this paragraph is on the second page, and I would highlight that. That's what I tell my teachers when I'm doing the participant, highlight that. Because if they say, oh no, we can't turn these on because it's going to change the score, this is your evidence right here, this phrase right here. Circle it, highlight it, underline it, whatever you need to do to point out that in this paragraph right here, it's telling you these do not change the construct of the assessment.
And this document is straight from the California Department of Education, right? So it's not something locally decided. It's not something that somebody thought would be a great idea. It is included within this document that the use of UDAs, as listed, do not change the construct of what is being assessed. So Matrix 1, as I mentioned earlier, goes a little bit more in depth than the one-pager. Okay? So when we look at the structure of Matrix 1, we're looking at part 1 right now, and these are the universal tools which are available for all students. If we look at the heading, it gives us the title for each of the columns. On this side, we have the universal tool. On this section, EM means embedded, if you want to make a note. NEM, not embedded. ELA, language arts. Math, self-explanatory. Science, Spanish assessment. So again, embedded, non-embedded, English language arts, math, CAASPP, science. This is our science test, and the CSA, the California Spanish Assessment. On this side of our column, I was getting too close to the hot spot over there. We have the universal tool by name. Breaks, calculator, digital notepad. And again, as you flip through the pages, they continue. So just know that the structure of Matrix 1, you're going to have the universal tools listed on your left-hand side. On your right-hand side, you have the description of the break. Break on this instance. And then calculator and digital notepad and so on and so forth. So if you read across, it gives you the universal tool, whether it's embedded, non-embedded, whether it's appropriate for English language arts, math, CAASPP, or the Spanish assessment, and what it does. So when we look at calculator, it's embedded. It's not available for ELA. It is available for math. It is available for the CAASPP, the science test, but it's not available for the Spanish assessment. Part 2, same structure. We have the designated support on the left-hand side. We have embedded, non-embedded, test type, and then description, and whether it's appropriate or not, or available or not, and whether it's accessible in which assessment. Remember that designated supports are available to all students when determined by an educator team or for a student that has an IEP or a 504 plan. So again, designated supports are available to all students when a team of educators with parent, guardian, and student input are provided. So for example, if we're thinking of a student success team, okay, if we're looking at a student success team or a student study team, these are definitely supports that could be provided for students if that group of educators determines that to be so. If we look at our designated supports, our very first one on this side is the hundreds number table. It's non-embedded. Again, it would be something that you would be describing, providing, I'm sorry. And it would be available for the CAASPP. Matrix 1, Part 3. Here are our accommodations. Again, accommodations are specific for students with a 504 plan or with an IEP. These are strictly for eligible students. This table shows, again, in the same structure, the accommodations on the left-hand side and the description of the accommodation on the right-hand side. And again, it helps you identify whether they're non-embedded or embedded and for what assessment they are made available. Part 4 deals with the CAA, the CAA, for alternate assessments and embedded resources not available for the California assessment, alternate assessment. Unlisted resources in Part 5, these need to be approved by the CDE. And they have very specific guidelines detailed in Part 5 of Matrix 1.
We do want to disclose, so I'm going to burst your bubble just a little bit. So I had you highlight that it doesn't change the construct except for these, right? Unlisted resources do change the construct. And I mean, like I tell my participants is, well, look at the name. It says unlisted, like it's like, ooh, special. So obviously these have a little bit more impact and these will change the construct of the assessment. So just to make sure we clarify that.
And again, these need to be, you need to submit a request to have these be approved as well, and there's a time frame also that you need to consider as well. So as always, just make sure you read through Matrix 1 thoroughly to make sure that, you know, what you think it is really means what you think it is, right? Because oftentimes, like, so for example, when we're talking about read aloud versus text to speech, how are they similar? How are they different? So we really need to be clear on that. So Matrix 4 follows the same format. So this one was recently updated as well. Before, the format of Matrix 4 was different. Now they've aligned it to be very similar to Matrix 1 for the CAASPP. So when you look at Matrix 1, it's the same format. Again, universal tools on Part 1 with the universal tool on your right-hand side and on your left-hand side, I'm sorry, and the description on the right-hand side. Your designated supports on Part 2. Accommodations, Part 3. And if you notice, the accommodations for the LPAC will differ depending on the different versions. So there's the computerized version and then there's the paper version. The LPAC is going to be, well, it started off as paper pencil only and now it's being computerized. So please pay attention to those descriptions there as they are test specific, whether it be computer-based or paper-based. Matrix 4 includes parts 4 and 5, very similar again to the setup of Matrix 1, where it has the instructional supports for the alternate assessment, and that is not fully operational yet. It's going to be made available, I believe, in 2021, 2022, 21. So that's coming. And then we have the unlisted resources for the LPAC. And there's the paper-based and the computer-based. And as I mentioned, the alternate LPAC is coming soon, and I included a live link there that takes you directly to the CDE page as it provides updates and information on the LPAC.
I'm just curious. I'm going to interject a little. How many of you have seen The Matrix? The Matrix. Okay, so yesterday I had one of my participants get a little confused. So for our new ones, I want you to look at your Matrix 1. Your Matrix 1. And I want you to find text-to-speech. I want you to find text-to-speech as a designated support on page 13. Okay. Notice that on text-to-speech, under ELA, what's in parentheses? Say it out loud. Items. So what does that mean? That only the items will be read out loud. So the question, STEM, and the choices will be read out loud. I want you to find text-to-speech in accommodations. Find text-to-speech in accommodations. Page 19, correct? Okay. And read the description there to yourself. What does it say for text-to-speech in the description? What's the difference between the text-to-speech feature in a designated and the text-to-speech feature in accommodations? The text-to-speech, the passages are read out loud. As an accommodation, the passage will be read out loud, right? So as a designated, only the question and the choices, but as an accommodations, the passages. So there was a little confusion yesterday, so I just want you to make sure that that description is very important in the matrix because it could tell you that difference when it changes from a designated to an accommodation. I had some teachers thinking that it was also going to read the passages as a designated support. So make sure that when we're looking and verifying whether that support is, that resource is the tool we want to use for students, we fully understand what the student's going to be viewing and where they're going to be able to utilize that assessment, that resource. Same thing happens with a calculator. In the lower grades, 3 through 6, I believe, calculators are not allowed, or 3 through 5, I think, calculators are not allowed, and it makes sense because, as a designated support, it makes sense because what they're trying to assess are their computational skills. However, when they get into the secondary setting, calculators are allowed because that calculator is not going to do much if they still can't do the rest of the assessment. Okay, so I just want to make sure we clarify that.
And that's why it's so important to go back to what I mentioned earlier about this being a companion document. So it's great to have this as an immediate, at your fingertips resource, but it's like the Princess Bride, right? I do not think it means what you think it means, right? So you really need to go back and check that it really does, and that it's specific to certain items when it's a universal tool, or if it's for passages for designated supports. So make sure this is a great place to start, but then always look back to your Matrix 1. Same thing with the LPAC one. You know, you want to start here, but always go back to your Matrix 4. So these are companion documents. You want to use both. This is a great starting point, but when you want to get more granular and get down to really get details as to what it looks like and how it could be used, you really want to go back to your matrices. Matrix 1 for ELA, CAST, CSA, and math, and Matrix 4 for the LPAC. So, how do these two resources assist in my teaching? How can teachers use these resources to communicate with special education teachers, with English language intervention teachers? Again, the focus, I don't want us to think that it's just for special education teachers, but for all the different student groups that we serve. How can we use what we learned today about Matrix 1 and Matrix 4? How can we use that to communicate with other service or support providers for our students? Take a minute or two to think about that, and then engage in a conversation with your elbow partner or with the people at the table behind you. Then get ready to share out.
What was your biggest takeaway? What was your biggest takeaway? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We've been trying to put these into the IEPs so that they're practicing.
Let's wrap up that thought and get ready to share. All right. Who's ready to share anything that came up in the discussion? Not necessarily what our guiding questions were, but anything that came up in discussion. I heard very rich, deep discussion going on about everyday usage of some of the resources and also as they relate to assessment. And then, go ahead. And then we'll pass it back. So IEP at a glance for students that have an IEP, okay, and that's provided to general education teachers so that they know what accommodations or universal tools or designated supports are available.
I was just thinking about how we're starting to do the IABs, and you can put the accommodations and everything in there, so they can start working with it since now. So when the actual test comes, they're not scared. They already know how to play with the different accommodations, the masking, the big mouse, and all that stuff.
And you begin to have that conversation with the student. Did you like it? Did it work for you? Was it more confusing? Because even though we think they might not know, they'll tell you, I don't like it. Or yes, I like it. Or well, it was this or that. So it's a perfect opportunity to have that conversation with students.
So what she had mentioned was the interim assessments. They're starting to work with the interim assessments. So that gives her students an opportunity to test out the, whether it be the contrast in color, the pointer, the mouse pointer, the text, and then students then are able to share if that's something that really is helpful for them or if it's more of a hindrance for them. So interim assessments, that's a great way to test them out. Is anybody else using interim assessments?
Okay, get your eyes on those. Get your eyes on those.
Anybody else? I heard really great conversation. And I heard about classroom assessment, how sometimes even within the curriculum, some of the accessibility resources aren't made available consistently just because that's how it's set up school-wide or district-wide. So having those conversations with the people responsible for enabling or disabling those supports is important as well, because if we're saying that a student will use, read aloud or text-to-speech, but then the way that electronic or any other digital text is provided to them does not have that feature enabled, then it really limits your ability to practice that with the curriculum that they're using on a daily basis, that then will then later be able to utilize with assessment. Anything else?
I do want to share, we don't have general ed teachers represented today in the room, but when we do have, or in the past when we've had general ed teachers, we really show them the power of these resources to come to the conversation. I, as a general ed teacher, when I had SSTs, I was relying on whoever was running this show to tell us, okay, what do you want me to do? I'm all for helping the student, but I didn't come to the table with really any other than, okay, I'm going to repeat directions, I'm going to echo, I'm going to allow for more time. Those are all the things that I was taught, right? Because as general ed teachers, we get very minimal training on understanding students with disabilities. I was commenting to this group that as a mother working with 2 daughters who have attention difficulties, at an SST, I came to the table. I came to the table with these set of educators with, this is how we can try it. Well, what is this going to look like in the classroom? How are we going to manipulate this resource so that it can help and benefit learning in the classroom? What are some ways that we can utilize that? I'm able to come to that conversation because of the role I'm in now, but I didn't. And as general education teachers, working with special education teachers, this is the tool that can partner you guys, right? This is the tool that you can sit down together and have a discussion about the student. Let's look at some things. What would this look like? Let me show you how you can manipulate this. Let me show you how we can use this to have a conversation about the student's needs. So I see these resources as a great starting point between that partnership with general education teachers and special education teachers.
And also, as a point of disclosure, I have extra skin in the game. My son is a 3rd grade student, and he's on the spectrum, and he has an ADHD combination type diagnosis, and he's an English language learner. So again, just like Erika, going to those SSTs and then eventual IEP, and now as we have his annual IEPs, it's really great to be able to have those meetings with his teachers, the entire IEP team, and take a look and have these tools and talk about how they could possibly support his learning needs. And then also with the IABs and then just curriculum-based assessment, having them try those tools out. So for example, one of the tools that he's super reliant on because of the inattention is masking. However, computer-based masking is incredibly distracting for him because he ends up what? Drawing rectangles, right? So he ends up drawing rectangles. So the easiest thing for him to do is to use a good old piece of construction paper and just use it even on a computer screen. So knowing the difference that he will benefit from masking and assessment, but as a non-embedded, right? So that's why it's so important to have these conversations and use both documents as partners and also involve, what did the other slide say? Student and parent, right? So it truly needs to be a conversation as a team. And again, we're not just talking about students with a 504, not just students with an IEP, we're talking about our English language learners. Any student that might be having an area of difficulty, say, hey, try this out on the interim assessment. Hey, try this out on your curriculum-based assessment and see if it works. What doesn't work? What if we tweak it this way? Maybe the sheet you gave them was too big, the construction paper sheet. Maybe they need something smaller. So having ample time to try those different resources out to make sure what works. So with that in mind, after a very fruitful and engaging discussion, we're going to take a 15-minute break. and we will come back together at 10, let me see what my math, see, I need a support, 10:13. We'll come back together again. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. We're gonna get to play. Everybody loves to play, right? We're gonna get to play with some of the video tutorials offered you have the time and space right now to really explore these resources. How many of you have viewed the video tutorials on the CAASPP website? Perfect, then this is gonna be like a present to you. So this is the website that you're gonna access. If you don't each have a device, partner up with maybe somebody that does, so that you're able to view some of these video tutorials. Not all of the resources have a video tutorial, right? I wish they did, but not all of them have a video tutorial yet. So because not all of them have it, you also have the accessibility guide. There, we try to put, I think, one on each table. That's what, one or two on each table. The accessibility guide goes into further details about that resource. It gives information as to things that you might consider, the student's need. So you have two resources to explore. Okay. So this is the way you'll see them, not green, but this is what you'll see, all of the video tutorials that are available. Okay? Let me explain the task that you will engage in. Like a teacher, I've read these directions over and over, but I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some confusion, so bear with me. So it's gonna be a 3-part activity. We're gonna go with a first act, okay? So you're gonna form a group of no more than 4, so if you're a group of 3 already, that's fine, but no more than 4. You're gonna choose a focus to explore. So you're gonna either choose to explore universal resources, designated resources, or accommodation resources. Okay. If you are pretty familiar with a lot of the accommodations one, then I challenge you to look at some of the designated. Sometimes I go, well, why universal? Those are already there. Yes, but things like a highlighter have to be taught, right? And how to access it and where to go to on the computer screen. So that's why it's still a choice. Okay? So your task is going to be to create a poster in which these elements are displayed and presented. Okay? So you're going to describe the intended student group for that support. So who is this support for? What does it entail? Think of 2 common resources, something that you use now that you want to share with the group. Okay? Especially if you've realized a couple of fine print that you didn't realize was there. So provide 2 common resources you use now. And then you're going to identify the category that resource might be categorized in. Whoa, there's 2 words I didn't catch. So identify the category or categories the resource may be categorized in, like representation, engagement, or action and expression. It never fails that sometimes we look at a resource and we say, oh, well, no, it helps with engagement. Right? Sometimes it helps with engagement. Other times, we're looking at a resource and it says, well, it is giving me engaged, but it's also helping with action and expression. What we really want to focus is, what is the purpose? What's the purpose of this particular resource, and how is it in eliminating a barrier? Is my barrier with staying and tracking and following along? Is that going to impact the way I act and respond? Yes. But ultimately, the resource is for engagement. It's helping me stay focused. Inevitably, I'm going to have a better action and expression because I'm focused. But the tool is for action, for engagement. Okay. So on your poster, this can be a way that you explain that you can display it. So on top, you have the description, right? The description, describe, and then determine if it's universal, designated, or accommodation. So identify it, and then tell the area it hits. So in this describe, that's your opportunity. It's like to teach it, right? We don't have time to look at all of the videos and read all of the accessibility guide. So really think about what is something that you really want to share for the good of the group. So the first time around is 2 common resources that you use now. What are 2 common resources that you use now? That's our first task. Resources you have available to do this activity are your video guides, your video tutorials, your accessibility guide, and I know we haven't, no, in those 2, correct, Vanessa? Yes, thank you. So those are your 2 resources that you have to do this activity. Okay, and then we're going to go into Act 2. So for right now, that is your task. 2 that you commonly use. Be prepared to teach it to us. Give us as much insight as you can. We'll go around giving you a sheet of paper, and as soon as your group is naturally ready to get started, it might happen at the same time. You don't have to view everything first before you get your poster going. You can be viewing and doing your poster at the same time. Questions? My directions were clear? No way. All right. Yes. Okay. Go ahead and get started. We're going to go around giving your poster. I'm going to put back the website. Did everybody catch the website?
For our Zoom participants, here are some Zoom specific information for you for this activity. So take a sheet of paper and fold it as a typical T-chart or draw it out as a T-chart. The top section of your T-chart, you will use it to describe your intended student group. So for example, English language learners, students with attention difficulties, students with visual impairments. That would go in your top section of your T-chart for our Zoom friends. And then on the first column, you want to identify if it's a universal tool, a designated support, or if it's an accommodation. And how you would determine that would be by either referring to this document as your starting point, double checking with the link on the videos, and we're going to display the link with the videos right now, and the accessibility guide for the CAASPP, which is also included in your participant folder. That document is in there as well. So then these are 2 common resources you use now. Okay, we're going to put the link right up there for the video tutorials.
About 10, we'll check in about 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes and see where you're at. And then we'll determine if you need more time by then. Okay, so 10 to 12 minutes, Vanessa will put on the timer, make sure we're ready to go, and we'll pass out your paper. Thanks.
I'll pass them out. Yeah. Actually, I can't. So that was 10 minutes. We'll give you a couple more minutes so you can start finishing up your posters. This is not a test, so don't be intimidated when choosing whether it's representation, engagement, or action and expression. You will not be scored. Let's finish writing our last one.
Is that the time? We have one more group finishing up. And this group you didn't get to your poster? Okay. All right. It's okay. You can combine it with our second task if we need to. I'm going to bring you back because we're going to add to the poster, so you don't need to share quite yet. Okay? So we're going to do Act 2 of our task. So it's going to be under the same idea, but this time you're going to choose 2 newly learned resources. So the 2 that should be on your poster right now are 2 that I'm familiar with. But let me give you some information about it just in case us, don't know about it. ¿Verdad? This time around, I've always wanted this time to explore this resource. Let me go into that resource and take a look at it. Let me really examine it. So this second time around is more of a newly learned resource. And I understand you're a group of 4. Don't argue which one is the one you're going to put on your poster. Just decide which one you want to display on your poster. So just 2 newly learned resources. So you're adding on to the poster that you currently have. Same idea, describe it, identify it, where it lives, universal, designated, or accommodations, and then tell category it supports. Okay? We're going to give you, I think this time around, just because some of us are still catching up with Act 1, we'll give you about 12 minutes to do that task. Okay? All right. So 12 minutes.
We're coming up on 2 minutes to share. And that's time.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So we'll go here. Yes. Ah, perfect. You were meant to be.
Hello. There? Okay. So once again, we have students with attention difficulties, hyperactive and inattentive depending on the student. And we chose universal because sometimes it's not diagnosed yet and they don't display those characteristics. For one that we were familiar with was zoom in and zoom out that we've seen, so that can allow them to chunk it, the stimuli that they see on the screen. So if they want to zoom in on just one paragraph, they can do that, zoom out whenever they need to. And we've also seen strike through many times, so they're able to eliminate answer choices. Process of elimination, especially since their executive functioning tends to be impacted. This allows for the organization to help them really organize their thoughts. We said it's engagement for zoom in and zoom out. Strike through is an action. Then the two new ones that we learned today, line reader. So that was going line by line when they're reading a passage. So once again, because of the executive functioning, that can be impacted. We said that was engagement. And one that we found that was interesting could be writing tools. So the writing tools allows you to bold, italicize the words, use bullets, hyphens, etc. And we also put that as action expression. We chose writing tools for our subgroup population just because sometimes, like I mentioned, the executive functioning, the organization itself, so allowing bullets and hyphens and bold and highlighting might allow for better organization for this population of students. The end.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Any questions for your teacher? Any questions about these resources? All right, perfect. Thank you. I think the line reader at times, well, I don't know, my perspective, the masking is so difficult for students, right? You get the drawing. So seeing them use the line reader versus a masking could be good insight as to possibly moving from masking to a line reader, because it's just, I think, easier to manipulate and might serve the same type of support for that student. But again, it would depend on why he needs masking or why he would need the line reader. But I think that's a good go-to. And when we look at our classroom comparison resource, this is something easy that you're, as a teacher, you're already doing in class. Whether it's everybody's tracking, get your pencils out, right? Or everybody get a piece of paper and you move the paper down. So that's an easy resource that can run parallel with classroom instruction. Okay, we'll go to this poster. Got it. Perfect. I'm gonna put it over here or on this side. Next to that one. Thank you. No pressure. Now this group's in the front. Oh, you're perfect for it. Let's go.
Okay, so we chose accommodations on embedded, the read aloud for struggling readers and writers. We focus more on our mod severe students. All three of us are mod severe teachers. So just the read aloud and the scribe at the same time. The read aloud because most of our students can't read independently, so they do require us.
Sorry, Oscar.
Yeah, go for it.
I think when I hand it to you, oh no, it's on. Closer,
Okay.
please.
So yeah, most of our students are not independent readers, so they do require us, whether we're teaching or administering the test, to read aloud to them, and scribe for the same reason, for answering questions. Speech to text. A lot of our students, or few students that are verbal, do require speech to text just to be able to have access to answering the questions. And the streamlining is just, like I said, mod severe students, we need to simplify the test as much as we can just to, reduce distractions, and make the test a little simpler for them as much as we can. That's it.
Any questions for your teacher? I do. Remind me, in the streamline, is that the one where I know some of the distractors are taken off, but is that also the one that will change the view from being side to side to top to bottom?
I believe so, yeah. And the answers are always on the same page. Like,
yeah.
Right, like you don't have to scroll down. So, yeah, everything's fitted in one page.
Okay. Yeah, that was new to me. I thought streamline was only like distraction, like simplified the page, but just that concept of the reading passages being first and then the questions later. Yesterday's conversation came up with it might not even be used as, in this case, a struggling reader, but for a student who suffers from anxiety, right? Testing anxiety, because it helps, right? Being able just to, let's focus on the reading, get your reading comprehension, read it first, and then worry about your questions. And so then that's also, I think, a resource that can easily run parallel with classroom instruction. And don't look at the questions yet. Don't panic yourself on what you have to do with the text yet. Focus on the reading.
Or simply having to go back to an answer, to a passage. It's, especially for our kids, it's hard to go back to a text and overwhelm them again with the whole text, having them look for an answer.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I'm not going to turn it off. We'll go with the blue and green one here.
Okay, so in my classroom, I currently use, I was sharing with a group that I use the masking and the read aloud. And especially the read aloud, we do it as a group, and we do it as the passage, and we also do the items, the questions. And the masking, we use them in a way where the read aloud, I have it in a poster size, and we have construction paper, and if we read the item, it says, okay, so I engage the whole class, and it says, go ahead and mention to me in which paragraphs, in which two paragraphs we find the evidence for this question. And then we cover the other sections or the other paragraphs within the read aloud, within the reading. And that's how I teach them. And I use dark colors construction paper to cover the other passages, because I know when we go into the computer test, we only use black. So in that way, they're more familiar into that. So then the ones that we were more into, we wanted to know the differences between the highlighter and the line reader. And then we discovered that with a highlighter, we actually can block, not block, we can actually highlight a section of it, and it has 3 different colors. It has the yellow, the orange, and I don't remember the other colors that it has. They just be just one color in that one. And then the line reader, it actually, you just do one section of it, one sentence, and it just highlights it, and you have to do it by itself, which I thought the line reader will do it for you. It would just go as a tracker, but actually it's not. You actually just do one of it, and it stays right there in that section. So then that's what we have.
And on your read aloud, there's the description, I think I read on the Matrix 1, I think it was the Matrix 1, or the guide, it did say something about the testing setting, correct? What was something on the testing setting? Do you recall? No. Okay, so it's my understanding that if I have, if I'm going to use the read aloud, the student has to be in a separate setting, because then the other students are distracted. So that's important, because in terms of setting up locations, if I am going to have several students using a read aloud, then I'm going to have to find a place for each one of those so that can happen to a 101. We also want to make sure that that person is qualified, right? I think it's somebody who has been trained on the protocols of that read aloud. So if I already know that the student is going to benefit more from the read aloud versus what's the other one that would run text to speech, if I already know that I want to use that particular resource, then I better start finding out who that person's going to be, start getting them trained, and have that person become familiar with that student, because then that becomes an added barrier. And I can imagine with the students that you work with, having that stranger is not going to work out. So what is that going to look like? Do I have capacity within my system to do this? Because if I don't, then this is not the way I want to train them. I want to make sure they're starting to hear that computer monotone voice on the text to speech. Yes. All right. Yes. Oh, let me bring you the mic. Sorry.
And how do they get trained? Like, what is, when it says trained, they need to be qualified. How can we show that?
I believe there's a guideline doc. There's a guideline document that goes into full detail as to the instructions, what you need to consider. Any of my ladies want to jump in on
There's
that?
a scribing protocol, and there's also the read aloud protocol, and those are available online. And again, going back to one of our earlier conversations where it talks about collaboration and conversation with everybody that's going to be working with the student, this needs to be a team effort, because whoever's responsible for organizing statewide testing at your school site, at your district, these are conversations to be had ahead of time, so that whoever's in charge of testing, once you upload your information, that person uploads information on TOMS, that they identify who specifically will be responsible, trained, prepared, have access to the scribing protocols, to the read aloud protocols, to know the details contained within, so that they may support that student. And again, super important, knowing the student as well, because if we're talking about supporting a student that might have some test-taking anxiety or generalized anxiety, or a student that has some inattention needs or some hyperactivity needs, you need to be aware that all of the supports you're providing are actually working in tandem, not against each other. So if the person that's providing the read aloud needs to be aware that the student also has breaks, right? And that they need to be provided, and that the student might not ask for the breaks, but what behaviors to start noticing that might prompt you to provide those breaks for them and recognize that. So it's not just about the scribing protocol, it's not just about the read aloud protocol, it's also knowing the student and making sure that the person that's going to be providing those supports is a direct match with the student. So again, conversation and communication is key.
I think one of the teachers yesterday said, forget it. We're not going to do it. They're not going to fix it. Well, I understand it takes a couple extra steps, but that's why, like Vanessa said, to reiterate, it's very important to understand, is this the best support? And if it is, then we need to advocate for that system to support that resource. Is it a couple more steps? Yes. But we have evidence to show we've tried the other method and it doesn't work. We need the read aloud. So then it's worth the extra effort.
So I'm just thinking ahead. For the read aloud, the person that is trained, does that have to be a certificated person or can it be a classified staff? Do you guys happen
I'm
to
gonna let
know?
her answer that one.
So again, these are details that are site-specific, district-specific. So just starting that conversation with identifying the person who's in charge of statewide testing and engaging in those conversations, because again, I don't want to give you an answer that might go against what your site has established or what your district has established. So I would say start with speaking with your site administrator, and then they would know who would be the person involved, and then you can start having those conversations. And again, super important, if we're talking about students with a 504 and an IEP, start inviting these people to the meetings, so that we can all start learning together, going together, and establishing those resources and identifying and creating a pool of people that are that have these scribing protocols and read aloud protocols like under their belt, so that they can provide support to students.
And I think I did get it confirmed that it is certificated personnel. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was brought into I have like a secret ear thing. I'm just kidding. Yes, certificated. All right. Last poster. Am I correct? Yes. Okay.
We were doing students who qualify for special education and their specific learning disability, and right now I'm using the highlighting, which is engaging in their learning how to highlight different keywords, important information. We also use the spell checkers just for their action and their expression, so those are both the universal access. And we are interested in more of the text-to-speech, more of the reading of the passages, which is it could be the designated or the accommodations, and that's an engagement. And then we're also interested in the speech-to-text, which is an accommodation, and that would be an action or expression.
In the text-to-speech, that's the one we looked earlier that it'll change from items, questions, and item choices to full passages read. On the speech-to-text, I know we have gotten a lot of questions on the technicality and the software, so there is a lot of prep, if I'm not mistaken, on what needs to be done on the system level also to be able to support that. But again, it's worth the effort if that is truly what the student needs. Any questions? Okay.
Also, if I can just go back to the speech to text, again, important for the communication piece to touch bases not just with the assessment coordinator at your school site or district, but also with technology. Okay, because when we're talking about lockdown browsers, when we're talking about providing an app or an extension that allows a student to use the speech to text, we want to make sure that that's available on testing date and to have it tested out prior, because you don't want to have something arise where you have a student who's already nervous about taking the test, who might have additional barriers or challenges, and then on top of that, you add the technical difficulties because that wasn't checked or established prior to, which will then lead to a negative test-taking experience. And again, going back to one of our initial discussion questions, are we assessing mastery? Is the student able to show what they really know? And when we're dealing with all these little things that end up piling up, is it really valid information that we're getting? So again, just start identifying key people in the assessment process that need to be informed as to what is needed and what could be provided for students on their behalf.
We actually had a group that thought was going to get away, but I just caught them. But you have a really good one that I would love for you to teach, especially in the newly ones. So would you mind sharing your poster, please? You don't need them. You're going to be phenomenal without them. Vámonos. You can do it.
So we have some of the ones that we are doing is a text-to-speech, like most of you, the read out loud. And one new one that my friend over here found was the illustration glossaries that we want to try out. again for representation, and then the line reader for engagement.
Can you give us some more information on the illustration? What did you get to read into the guide?
No.
No. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
What we like about the illustration is like students that are learning English, the picture. Sometimes they don't know the word in English, or I gave her the example, I teach deaf and hard hearing students. So they don't know the sign. And sometimes when they see the picture, they are like, oh, I know what it is. So having the illustration, it will help them in their vocabulary, and then when they're reading the line reader, and especially I have a question about the read aloud, but for the read aloud, we have an interpreter signing all the passage. But you just said it has to be a certified person.
Ooh, I don't know. We could get you some more information on that. Okay. Yeah, I'll make sure we'll ask during lunch on that question. So her comment was about interpreter and reading the passages, signing the passage. So we'll get some more information on that for you, most definitely, okay? And I love how you showed the two perspectives, because you went from 504 IEP needing illustrations to a student who's an English language learner possibly benefiting from the illustrative glossaries. Because if you have seen some of the translated test directions or the stacked translations, that is like some real Spanish. It's not like our Spanish here, you know? So it's sometimes not as useful as we would hope it'd be for some of our English language learners. So how might a illustrative glossary help a EL versus their stacked translations? So,
because also I'm going to interject a little right here, but we talk a lot about having students an opportunity to test out these resources, but as teachers, we need to be there when they're testing them out also, because, so I'll give you an example with line reader. And you know, when we started, when we went computerized with the CAASPP, you know, going to be honest, full disclosure here, I clicked everything, right? I clicked everything because in my mind, I wanted to give my students the most opportunity to show what they knew, right? So in my mind, I was doing something helpful. In my mind, a line reader would automatically, the line reader would, so in my mind, the line reader would work in tandem with the read aloud, right? But no, I didn't realize that read aloud was an actual human reading the passage, right? So it took me through that level of understanding to wanting to provide these supports, but then also not realizing that they weren't what I thought they were. Going back to the stacked translation, just because we have a student who's an English language learner who's a new arrival to our country doesn't mean that they have academic Spanish.
they're proficient in their native
Yes,
language.
that are proficient in academic Spanish, because those stacked translations are written in academic Spanish. So we need to be aware of the type of vocabulary that is being used in those stacked translations so that we can either opt in or opt out of using that. And if we choose to opt in, then what implications that has with our instruction. That means that we're going to have to teach those academic Spanish vocabulary words so that students can access the stacked translations. Again, not trying to just dissuade you from using it, but just being aware of that, and the way you become aware of it is being present when students are trying them out, ideally through the IABs.
You know, Vanessa, that's a perfect segue to our next section. So if there is any questions, any burning questions, we'll move on into our next learning piece. Okay. So practice, right? How do we practice? I know that I think I saw our Hedrick person said, you know, they're using the IABs as a way to practice. Interim assessments are a perfect way for students to practice these resources, right? They are available and modifiable in the test administrator interface. It provides additional opportunities, and it allows the teachers to observe and to talk about that resource, explain that resource, right? The video tutorials, you use them as teachers, but those are also that can also become a resource for your student. I'm going to show you the tutorial I'm going to show you the tutorial video. Remember, this generation is like YouTube tutorials galore. So they would be able, some of them might be able to relate to that kind of tutorial. A way to communicate, the tutorials are a great way to communicate to the parents on what their child's going to be seeing and what kind of support is being given to their student, to their child. So not only for educational purposes, the video series of tutorials are beneficial, but also for parents and students. Same way, our interim assessments. So we're going to explore a performance task. So I'm going to have you log in to the CAASPP portal, and I'm going to walk you through where you're going to click. Just to kind of feel the room, how many of you have used the practice and training tests to view the different resources? I love it when not everybody has done it. All right, so give me a thumbs up when you're there so that I can know when to move forward. Like I used to tell my students, if you're there, check your partner, see if they're there. If not, help them get there.
For our Zoom participants, just go ahead and type in CAASPP portal, and it should, and your top hit should take you directly to this page. Okay.
So you don't want to log in, because if you log in, you're not going to be able to just view it. Okay. So once you're on this landing page, you're going to hit practice and training tests. When you hit practice and training tests, you're going to hit the student interface. If you're prompted to log in, you're going to need to clear your cache or your history, one of those. I can show you how. So if it's prompting you when you click this to log in, we need to clear something or use another browser to enter. So if you're currently using Chrome and it's saving your username, then you might want to use Explorer, whatever the Apple one is. Firefox. Use another web browser if it's prompting you to log in, because if you log in, you won't be able to view what I'm going to show you. So once you hit student interface, you should get something like this. Okay, don't click anything in the guest user, no guest session. That's exactly how you want it to read and show. And then select sign in. When you sign in, you're going to have an option of tests that you can view. So you have the choice of grades 3 through 12, and then you have ELA or math practice tests to choose from.
Can we go back just briefly, because I see some people are not there just yet, so that we can know exactly where to click. Try it on Internet Explorer.
Try, which browser are you in? IT would probably tell you shut down and restart your computer first. Yeah. Okay. So once you're here, you can pick any test. It doesn't matter. Okay, any test, it doesn't matter. And then here is where you get to pick and play, right? Pick and play. So you can, some of the items, I ain't gonna lie, I don't know if all of them are available. I think for the majority, the ones, there's a few there, but I don't think all of them are available. But this is a place that you can choose. So on this landing page, you will select what you want to view. Then you hit select at the bottom. And that'll take you to these next 2 landing pages. Just like the students, we're going to hear that wonderful ding-ding-ding-ding. You have to play the video in order to move forward. There it is, just like the classroom. Once you've selected and sound checked, you're going to select that you heard it. And then you have 10 minutes to explore. Test them out. Yesterday we found out, one of the participants had a question, if I do translated test directions or stacked translations and text to speech, will it read to me in Spanish or would it read to me in English? And I didn't know the answer on the top of my head. So I said, well, let's play. So we played, and so obviously, no, it doesn't. It reads it in English, but the translated text is in Spanish there, the text. So you have 10 minutes to explore. This is going to lead us most likely into lunch. So we have 10 minutes to explore. We do want to, when we come back in 10 minutes, just kind of share what was your big finding, what was something interesting. Maybe you're going to explore those new ones that you want to look into, you just examined, or you want to verify that you really do know what the ones you know look like. And if you view already the 2 that you wanted to explore and you have another one, you have this time to explore. Again, this is the opportunity that we typically don't have in the classroom, to just sit and explore and talk to one another and strategize how would we use this in our classroom. So feel free to do that. You also have your guide. If you have further questions that it's not really letting you see, use your guide to help that as well. Okay.
And also, if you didn't select what you wanted to select, it's very easy. Just follow the same process again and log in as a guest user again, and then you can select the resources you want to test out.
We'll check back in with you in 10 minutes.
We're at about the 2-minute mark. Coming up on that 1-minute mark. It's so good. Oh, yeah, question. All right, and that's our timer indicating that our 10 minutes are up.
Okay. We did, a question came up. I'm hoping that like my little miracle answer will come through my ear pretty soon. If I'm using text to speech, and the student is using it, can I push the button to turn on the text to speech? Or does the student have to manipulate the text to speech function on its own? Like he or she has to push it, or can I push it on the computer screen for them for that text to speech to come out? You can push it. There we go. There's your answer. I knew the miracle answer was just going to come through. So you can go ahead and push that for it. That's good to know. I didn't know that either. You train them, yeah. You don't want to question anything. Mm-hmm.
So basically, when we do the practice, I teach my students, how to do the procedures, because when it's the real test, I don't want to alter anything if my administrator comes in and I'm touching the computer or anything like that.
And I think in that question or that case, it would be because that student needs for you to do that, right? So you're ultimately going to train them as much as possible, but I'm assuming there might be a kid that, just needs that extra added support. And as long, I think, as you have documentation or that you've constantly been doing that and you disclaim that that your administrators, this, if you come in, this is what you might see me doing, this is why, I think that all that would justify it. But you're right, the goal is to teach them for independence on using the resources, but we all know there are certain circumstances where we need to do so. Okay, so just another way in which you can also view. It doesn't have as many options through the exploring the way you just did right now, but you can also quickly view what they look like through the sample items. Okay, so that's another way that students or you or parents can see what some of these resources look like. This has a little bit more limited in what you can view through the sample items versus the way that you were exploring the system right now. So thinking about the viewing system, how did it help? How did viewing the accessibility resources through the practice does help? And how can teachers use a viewing system with students? Or what was your biggest takeaway? So you don't have to discuss all three with your group. Choose one to discuss or all to discuss around this activity that you just did, and then we'll be share out in just a couple minutes. So have a group discussion around these three questions or just one. And we'll make sure you're not by yourself, I promise. About another minute to finish up your conversation. All right. 10 seconds. Three, two, one. Thank you. Just going to go around with the mic. We'll have this group. What was the biggest takeaway from the conversation? Let the mic come. Thank you. We appreciate it.
I would say just being able to look at the layout and all the different, we use the CAA and kind of seeing, again, that the read aloud isn't an option, it's more of a human reader, and finding that on the layout. Because when we were looking through, it says in there specifically it's not for the CAA. And so actually seeing it laid out and having the options was kind of neat. And also trying to access some of those tools, our students wouldn't be able to do independently, so they would have to have assistance, or they just might not be able to use them at all. And that's kind of how.
So being able to weed through which ones then do we want to spend most of our effort with. Yeah. Good. Thank you.
So I was like under the impression, like Vanessa said, like, give them as many tools. But now that I tried it, and I have this big, huge mouse, and it's like, now I'm noticing it can be overwhelming if you pick everything. So the good thing is, trial and error, see what they like, and get rid of the fluff, because now I see it.
I'm glad. Thank you so much for that insight. Yes. Right. When we look at the ISAP process, when we look at the steps, one of those steps is having that student interview. How do we talk to students? And if our students aren't able to communicate due to their disability, then observational notes, right? What are those observational notes that we're making as they interact with those resources, so that we can determine what is the best resource for these students? And we'll go back here. What was your biggest takeaway?
I like just playing with it, brought up questions like, okay, if they need to go back and read the passage, are they going to have to listen to the whole entire thing, or can they select and listen to just a certain part? So,
what was the answer?
You could highlight and select a certain part to go back to listen to. So just playing with
teaching
it,
that.
Yeah, and being able to realize what it's able to do and what it's not able to do.
Yeah. Just natural. To the next table. Who likes to share from that group?
Okay. The big aha, it's like you just mentioned right now, Luis was mentioning, it has to be intentional. Especially, those of us who have the self-contained classrooms, it has to be intentional. Just keep it in mind, okay, today, for the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, what is it that I'm gonna focus on regarding pertaining to the test? I have this lesson, I have this language arts lesson, but what is it that I'm gonna teach them? I'm just gonna concentrate on the masking, and then what kind of visual I'm gonna go ahead and display for my kids to understand what is it that we're doing. So when it comes to the testing time, they can refer and they can see, this is what I need to do. The other piece is, not all of them are going to be needing the same. So then, how could it be the best way to address those needs? So one of the strategies that she was mentioning to us, Luis was mentioning, is like, well, maybe you can put them all together for those kids who use the same. So when you do those groupings, then and letting them know, you are here sitting together because you guys are going to be using this tool that is going to help you to accomplish this. Right now, you don't see it, but comes to testing time, this is what I'm expecting you to do.
Knowing your students.
Exactly. So everything has to be intentional.
Yeah, know your students. And like you when you said, what am I teaching today? What am I teaching this week? That's why we try to stress in this activity. I know I had a conversation with this group. It's not about, did you get it right on, is it engagement, or is it representation, or is it action and expression? But begin to look at your learning activity through the lens of those three things, right? Here's this learning task that I want students to engage in. What do I already foresee, right? We know that that's the beginning of universal design for learning. What do I already foresee in this learning task? Who's gonna have trouble staying engaged? What am I gonna do? Who's gonna have trouble reading it? So what's my other option? To listen to it, or to preview it the night before? Some students are going to have difficulty responding. What am I going to do? What am I going to offer? And how is that going to set up my classroom environment? Because then that's going to that's the perfect way, right? Because then I'm going to be able to say, okay, well, I'm going to work with this group, I'm going to work with this group, and I'm going to work with this group. I had a teacher say yesterday, it's just so hard. I have this, I have my students working on in reading the text, but then I have my IEP and my 504 students, so I pull them to the back and I'm reading to them. And, I go back and forth, and then my other students say, well, that's not fair. Why do they get to read it? And it reminded me of the image when Lupita and Vanessa trained us on the idea around inclusion. Because I was like, wow, that shows how you're really not included because you're over there and I'm over here. And so I posed a question to the teacher and I said, well, why can't you open it up to everybody? If you want to read it out loud with me, come over here. And if you don't, then you have this other class of the room and you can read it over here. You're going to make sure that Carlos or Vanessa is with you. Like, come on, you can come over here. But if you're going to use it, go ahead. If you want to also come. Because it's not going to hinder you and it's not going to excel you because you don't need that. But maybe that's the way that you're going to be more engaged in the learning. And that's okay. So it's not about planning 20 million ways. It's just recognizing who's in your classroom and what are the choices, but not just designating which one to come to, right? Not unless that specific need comes up. Last group. Who'd like to share?
I think we had the same thing. The biggest takeaway was just the options that we had, and we were talking more specifically within our district. We have trainings for general education and special education teachers when they're coming together, and really kind of reviewing this and having that open discussion about the strategies so that we're able to hit all students with the tools that they need to be successful.
Yeah, so definitely the fact that you brought up the general education, right? How do we communicate? How do we continue bridging those two worlds together so that each one can support each other, right? Not just a sole responsibility of one or the other. Thank you. Okay, I think with that, everybody's hungry? Yes? All right, it's 11:45. You have an hour for lunch. You get to chew your food today. So enjoy your lunch. We'll be back at 12:45. You're going to beat the rush a little, so we're hoping that helps. It's always also helpful to pay as soon as you get your food so that you don't have to worry about the line. So we always want to make sure that you come back on time and get going, especially since our participants on Zoom will be waiting for us. So please be back at 12:45. Enjoy. This afternoon, we're going to start looking at what are those pedagogical practices that we can be doing in the classroom that run parallel to what we do, to what the resources look like on the assessments. So just a reminder that pedagogy means like the how we teach, the profession of teaching, how teachers and students relate, whereas the actual instruction becomes the what we do with it. And that's important only because, just to clarify that, because of the handout or the resource that we're going to look at in just a moment. We've discussed, we've hit this in some way, in some shape or form throughout the morning, the idea behind the evidence that we gather through our classroom formative assessments and statewide formative assessments. So if you've been to any CAASPP trainings throughout the state, this image was used quite frequently when it first came out, and it's still one that we use today. because it really shows that, it gives a good representation of what amount of evidence are we collecting through formative assessments. So when we look at formative assessments through this lane, right, the amount of information that we gather from students in the classroom should not be this minimal. Right? We shouldn't be surprised at the statewide summative assessment what the results are. Right? The amount of data that we collect at the end shouldn't be that size. We need to make sure that the evidence that we gather in instruction is turned around this way. Right? What we're doing in our classroom formative assessments, that evidence that we gather, that's where we're getting the most insight from our students. We're understanding where they are and where we need to move them forward so that when it's time for that summative assessment, we pretty much know. I mean, I remember, right, whether it was CSTs or the CAASPP, I got to give CAASPP a few times. It's about March, April, and you're like, yeah, I think that's all that's happening, right? You already know they've reached their capacity at that moment, right? Some kids, you know that's where they're going to be. That's where they got to where they're going to be. So we shouldn't be surprised. This is not what we want. Oh my gosh, they didn't do it. Or when the summative scores come back, it shouldn't be a big shocker because we've collected so much data during our classroom formative assessments that we know we pretty much can predict what students' performance will be. Maybe not exact, but pretty close. This is why the use of IABs is crucial because we can also gather that data through that classroom formative assessment. During our activity, we were talking about the three items that accessibility, the three categories in which accessibility resources are categorized in. We're going to take a look at a UDL video. And just this whole idea, again, right before we left was that looking at our learning tasks and identifying what are those barriers in this particular learning tasks and how do I pre-plan for that so that everybody is able to participate. So we're going to show a quick video clip.
For us, inclusive practice is really about each child every day, no exceptions. And our strategy for doing that is built around the personalization of learning.
Relax, Mr. Leitke. We're coming at it from a universal design for learning perspective, asking the questions, what is it that we can do for that student to be successful in class? Tailoring the lesson, tailoring the assessment, tailoring what's learned for them.
Can you show me how you would wriggle?
Are they movers? Are they verbal thinkers? Are they visual thinkers? Like, you just gotta teach to that kid. For instance, Shoaib loves Spider-Man in grade 1. So I made his word problem Spider-Man, and I made his stories. Well, you wanna write a story about Spider-Man? You go ahead.
Press. I did 20 pounds, change it 50 pounds.
Using cameras, using iPods, smartboards. Giving students a chance to choose how they can best express what they know.
I can't read as fast as others, right? So they'll take it into a tape recorder and read it out. They'll put it on the iPod. So I can listen to it through earbuds, them reading the test, and I could rewind it, pause it, play back. It's really cool.
Now, because of the technology that is available, you don't know if someone is using a laptop because they have a learning disability or they're just using a laptop.
We have great teachers and great educational assistants. Through differentiation, they're trying to differentiate in three areas: the content, what is it the students are going to be learning, the process, how are they going to go about learning it, and the product. For some of our students who have severe needs, if the grade 8s are working on fractions, the ICANN statements allow that student to be in the classroom, still doing math that's on topic, but might not necessarily be the specific Alberta learner outcome that the rest of the class is working on.
So we have someone that's not succeeding, let's say, in their English class. They're not succeeding. They're not doing the assignments. They're not doing the writing. They're not doing the reading. So they come to improv and you find out, oh, this student can not only recall specific items that were mentioned maybe 15 minutes ago, but they can integrate it into a story, they can tell a story, they can be courageous and act out the story even. So it's like looking at different delivery methods of information, how that impacts a student, and then how that delivery method can move into the core rooms.
It is about understanding what very best practice is in the classroom today, knowing that we do have students who come to the learning with a myriad of interests, passions, abilities, talents, limitations, all of those kinds of things, and capitalizing on them, using those as an asset rather than a deficit.
So just to give you some thinking time or processing time, talk with your partner. What was something that you thought about while you were viewing the video? What's something that surfaced in your learning? Whether it just confirmed why you are in the position that you're in, right? Or how you can also help spread this understanding that every student has talents instead of looking at a child through the deficit lens. So talk to your partner or talk to your table around something that surfaced with this video. Seconds. Ten. Thank you. Thank you for engaging in that conversation. So again, reiterating the importance of the evidence that is gathered through the learning, right? Identifying the student's strengths to capitalize on those strengths, but then working and identifying, okay, so this is his strength, this is what I'm going to use to teach what he needs to teach, and then use that evidence to then inform my instruction moving forward, right? And perhaps because I am speaking to educators in the special education, but our general ed teachers, this might not be the easiest message, right? Or it's kind of still hard to grapple. I think that it is hard to try to understand and look through the lens of an asset versus a deficit because it's what we were programmed. I came through a school system who told me what I couldn't do, right? And just like what we do to our kids do to us. It's the same thing what the teacher system that we grew up in did this to us, right? And so that's exactly the way that if you were ambitious to want to teach, you remember that teacher, or you remember those things that those teachers did, or your mentor teacher was that teacher. And so all of those strategies, this is what you were set to do. So this is a new mindset, right? This is a new mindset. So how do we help our general ed teachers to really embrace this and start to look at students through strengths versus deficit? Because the evidence is going to be much different. I can't say that the students that were struggling in my class, were they really struggling? And did I know what they were struggling with? Or I just knew they were struggling, right? Because I wasn't able to see it through that lens. I think about those students and I think about, man, if only I knew what I know now, right? If only I knew now. But I say, like I tell the teachers, it's okay. You don't know what you don't know. But now that we know, and now that you have awareness, it's a lot different to continue to ignore it, right? It's a different mentality now to just ignore it. Anything you want to add?
So just on that same vein, it's so important to realize that when we design learning from the get-go, considering all learners, and again, if we consider all learners, it takes into account that we've taken the time to really learn about them and find out about them. And that in and of itself is one of those things that's met with, I have no time to do that. I have time to teach. That's what I'm here to do, right? And yes, that's what we were hired for, right? However, that is very important information that helps us design our own learning because, again, there's nothing more frustrating than working so hard at teaching something and having your students not learn it, right? And because you know the hours of training that go into it, right? But there's a step prior to that. If we don't know our students well, if we just look at the fluency score and see that it's not at grade level, right? If we're just looking at fluency and say, well, this kid can't read, but we don't know enough to find out, is it phonemic awareness? Is it phonics? Is it decoding? What specifically about decoding? Is it the CVC words? Is it the CVCE words? What is it exactly that is the barrier to the reading, right? Or this child can't comprehend. Well, is it oral comprehension? Is it reading comprehension? What is in the way? Is it a fluency issue or is it a vocabulary issue? Is it an ELD issue that can be resolved with additional ELD support that goes above and beyond the integrated ELD and the designated ELD? What supports are being provided for these students? And in order for you to ask those questions and to answer those questions, you need to know the student. And if you're not designing lessons from the get-go that take into account the jagged learning profile that we saw earlier, then we won't have the information to help us answer those incredibly critical questions. So earlier in the day when we got started, we took inventory of the different resources, supports, things that we do for our students, from English language learners to students that are socioeconomically impacted, food insecurity. We considered the different students that we work with every day. And we took down some notes and we added them into our lightly hued purple sheet of paper where we categorize them as supports for English learners, so on and so forth. One of the reasons we do that activity is to ground us in the understanding that we're already doing things for our students. Because it's very frustrating to think, oh my goodness, I have to learn something new, hear something else. The idea is to get you grounded on the fact that you're already doing a lot of things for students. But it's getting them to that, to fine-tune those different things and identify what it is that we're doing for them. And one of the ways that we're going to do that is by taking a look at the crosswalk. So the comparison crosswalk is this green document right here. If you want to go ahead and pull that out from your folder. So the comparison crosswalk is used to help illustrate the classroom practices and the pedagogical practices that we embed in our teaching day in and day out. So let's go over the structure briefly. Again, very similar to Matrix 1 and 4. You have the tools, the universal tools listed on the first section. Then you have designated supports, then accommodations. And then you have the tools listed. You have a description of the resource, the pedagogical practice, and what it would look like in the classroom. So if we're looking at the first one briefly, breaks, the description is there. The number of items per session can be flexibly defined based on students' need. And in your teaching, you embed breaks during your teaching. You break up lessons, and that could be for whole group, for individual student, as needed. And then in the common instructional practice, it gives you a detailed write-up of what it is that it would look like. Take a couple of minutes to go through the crosswalk and pay close attention to the universal tools, the designated supports, and the accommodations in the document.
Just because I'm always curious, how many of you have seen this document, this resource before? Yay.
And again, the reason this document was designed is to help you see the connection between assessment and instructional practices, the assessment resources available and classroom practices. Because again, as mentioned earlier, we want to make sure that these resources are accessible to students, not just for the assessment period, but also during their everyday learning. So you've had some time to review the crosswalk. We're going to work on this following activity, which is student needs. So we don't have the photo cards, but in your participant folder, you do have student profiles, and they look like this. So you're going to need this handout. And these are they're pretty fleshed out student profiles. They have some information as they relate to English language proficiency status, reclassification, academic performance in reading fluency, comprehension, etc., as well as supports currently being used in the classroom. So what you are going to do with your table partners right now is you're going to take a look at each of the different profiles and you're going to select one. You're going to read through the student profile. And on the back portion of each profile, you have a graphic organizer that will help you identify and select designated supports for the student profile. You can use your comparison crosswalk. You may use also the accessibility guide, which is the bound document. Every table should have at least one of these. And you're going to discuss if the accessibility resources that are selected for the students are appropriate or how they might assist this individual student. Again, with your group, select one, go through the profile, and select a designated support or accommodation or any resource available that might support an engagement, action expression, or representation. Again, keeping those UDL guidelines in mind, how they might support that.
So on that back sheet, you might need to put what, depending on what the notes say about the student, when you go to your back side, this is already like what's the final decision. So maybe you see that they are giving him speech to text, but somewhere in the notes it's saying it's ineffective. Then in the back you wouldn't want to put text to speech, because if in the notes it says it's ineffective, then don't write it here. So in the back it's like, if you would use this document within your district, right? If you would take this and adopt it to be your form for your district, you would want that back to be like, okay, this is what we're turning on, right? Turning on and giving it to your LEA before assessment. So think about the back that way. Like, what are those resources that the student should have, should come testing time?
And also notice that you have the 4 assessment types. You have the ELA, the math, the science, and the LPAC. So it'll be different. So for some of these, you'll be using matrix 4 or matrix 1 if you want to go back to look over some of the designated supports or accommodations or universal tools. So just pay close attention to that. You have ELA, math on the top, and then science and LPAC on the bottom.
Make sure you're referring to each of the assessments, right? ELA, math, CAST, and LPAC, because certain resources could change depending on the assessment. So make sure you're looking at all of the resources.
And when you're looking at LPAC as well, you want to remember that not only are you looking at the LPAC assessment, but you're also looking at listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So some of the supports are specific to whatever quadrant you're addressing.
I'm going to recommend that if you're looking at simplified test directions, you look at your test guide and read the guidelines for it, because you may or may not know how much is actually given to students. Is it a big resource or is it very minimal? What is simplified? And if you choose it in ELA, how is it different for math? Is there a difference? I'm playing devil's advocate because I want you to use that guide. Go into your guide and read those guidelines. It gives you a lot of information. Just in case everybody's kind of having, maybe using or thinking about this resource as a possible option, your stack translations, remember that your stack translations, you're going to see the Spanish on top and then the English. So think about the implications that's going to have on the length of time of that assessment as well, because what they're going to see on the screen, they're going to have multiple pages to flip through because the screen is taking a lot of pages. So if that student needs breaks, is he going to need more breaks? If I'm going to include that, is that something additional that I want to take into consideration? So we really have to stop and think, okay, if we put this on, what are the implications of that? And in addition to what he's already getting, more time, more testing time, more breaks. Is this resource going to impact something else? And then when you look at the translated test directions, that whole document's going to be in Spanish. So it goes back to our point earlier, do we understand their native language proficiency? Do we know how much native language proficiency they know? Because in that case, they're not going to have nothing but Spanish. So which one is the best resource for that student?
Yeah, and then another thing to consider also is that when you're looking at the stack translations, it's really a huge chunk of text. It's huge. It's completely overwhelming even as a person who's seeing it for the first time as a teacher. So when it pops up and you see it on the screen, there's, like, I'm thinking of students where that was selected because it was the most appropriate for them because they had a similar level of proficiency in the English and in the Spanish, yet they relied a lot more on the Spanish to process information and to be clear on what was expected of them. But just the sheer size of the text boxes that would pop up was enough for them to not want to read anything. Okay, so then they go and then they do what students do best, which is to just click away, right? Or type away and just retype the question into the answer box, right? So, so for some of those students, the next year, what we trialed was simplified test directions. And again, there's guidelines for simplified test directions. So perhaps stacked translation isn't appropriate for them. Perhaps translating isn't appropriate for them because, again, they're provided with a PDF document with the translation in Spanish, but their Spanish level isn't up there to understand exactly the academic language being used. So again, knowing the student, knowing what works, and the way you do that is by trialing it in the classroom, not just in assessment, but as part of the learning process as well.
And I think even with that idea behind stacked test directions or stacked translations, if we know that this is what they're going to see, what is the practice that we can do in the classroom to support that? So I kind of think of this one student who was very strong in his native language, and English, he knew it, but every once in a while, he didn't know what that word meant. So I could see me using that particular resource and saying, look, this is how you're going to see it. Focus on the English because you could read English. And when you get stuck, then look for it in the Spanish, right? That's a different approach to look at that resource, not just read it in Spanish, read it in English, read it in Spanish, read it in English, because that is going to be overwhelming. Where you say, it's going to be here in Spanish if you get stuck on a word, but try to focus on the English, or vice versa. It's in Spanish, and if you don't know that word in Spanish, maybe you can pick it up in English. But again, you would have to know that student, and you would have had to practice and see if that truly is something that he would be able to do or not. So again, not just excluding it because it's difficult, but then what can I do? How can I get him to practice because I know it's going to benefit him? I just have to make it make sense for him.
Okay. And also structuring your classroom in a way where you have that time for it, right? Because it can't be a one-shot deal. Hey, listen, we're going to sit down and I'm going to show you English and Spanish, and this is a strategy that we can use. When you get stuck in this word in English, you sort of match it up that it's in paragraph 1 in English, paragraph 1 in Spanish, so it's giving you that type of direction right there. Sort of figure out what word is there. But if it's a one-shot deal, then it's not going to work because in a time of assessment, you know, they're not going to go back to that one opportunity where you provided them with it. So again, structuring your day in a way where you can really address these different resources in a way that's consistent so that it doesn't become a hindrance. It truly remains as a resource. All right, let's get some blood pumping through our veins, especially because it's after lunch and I know we tend to hit that carb coma. So let's get up. And I'm going to ask you to move around for a second for me. So I'm going to have all the Mias come to this corner. So let's see, Mias. Do we have any Mias? No Mias. Angelicas? Okay, Angelica's over here. Tamikos. Any Tamikos? Adrian? Okay, so I want my Adrians over there on that corner by that door. Lucas. Do we have a Lucas? No Lucas? Miguel. Miguel over here. And who are the rest of my people? Kira.
And you guys have Kira? Okay,
Natasha.
Kira's over here and Natasha's over here.
All righty. Getting you moving, getting you moving.
In light of our carb lunch,
I
we are
know.
up and running.
So Kira is over here, and then Natasha right over there. Okay, so now that we have our distinct groups, I want you to find somebody with a different student. Okay, so for example, my Natasha group is going to need to spread out and find somebody from the other groups that you can pair up with so we can have an A and B, B and A share out. Okay, go ahead and find somebody not on your team.
And really talk about the process. It's not so much about what you put on the back of the paper, right? It's what was the process, what was the discussion, how was that ultimate decision made within your group, okay? So find somebody from an opposite student, with an opposite student profile.
Let's make friends. Make new friends and keep the old.
If you need to make a trio, go ahead and
Yeah,
make a
you
trio.
may form a trio. Trios are fine. So take a couple of minutes to discuss the process that you took for determining what resources might assist the student. Some really great discussion going on with our live group. Zoom friends, please feel free to chime in and share the resources you've selected for your students so that we can get your input too. We're interested in finding out what our Zoom participants are doing. Let's finish our last thoughts. And I want you to remain with your new friend.
You might want to see how.
They're still talking. Yeah. Please show me with your fingers how many more minutes would you need? 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute? Okay. All right, let's bring it all together. Go ahead and remain with your partner and take the time to consider and discuss the following questions. How is this activity relevant to your practice? The trading card activity of identifying the student, going through the profile, and deciding on what resources are appropriate. What tool or resource did you find most effective for this activity? And how did this activity add to your own learning today? So take a minute or two to discuss with your partner, stay with your same partner right now, and discuss that, please. I want to take this time to address our Zoom friends. Zoom participants, please join us in using the chat feature. We're so curious to hear from you and to learn from you. Let us know what resources you found most meaningful for the students based on the profile you've selected. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you so much for remaining engaged. I know it's hard after lunch, and we're so thankful to have you with us. Let's get ready to wrap it up in about a minute. And as soon as you're ready, you may start heading back to your table. All right, it's coming, the mic. So now let's share out as a group. You had a chance to share out with your elbow partner with your ABBA structure. So now I want to hear from you now as a whole group so we can all process and debrief the activity together. How was this relevant? And what tool or resource did you find the most effective? And how did this add to your own learning?
I have a lot to say.
We are so glad you're here.
One activity that I felt was very helpful was the practice test, because I used to be an aide, now I'm a school psychologist, so now I'm not going to be as into the test as I was when I was an aide, because I would proctor and all that stuff. So now that doing it, the practice test, and I was telling my partner, like, I didn't realize even to highlight was more complicated, because you have to highlight it first, then click highlighting, choose a color, and then it highlights it for you. I just saw you click on it and you drag it over, and that's simple, but it doesn't work that way. So imagine, we say, oh yeah, you can highlight it, that's your accommodation, that's your support on there, and then all of a sudden they're like, how do I even highlight? Because there's 2 buttons, one for the passage, one for the question. So that's very difficult. So that was nice to see that, okay, maybe we have to be more cognizant of what supports we have to include. And I think, thankfully, all of us are special ed people, because we get that things have to be individualized. So it's a lot easier to really understand it has to be individualized. But I love the general ed population too. But that's just what I wanted to say.
We're pretty cool, you know. And being
Thank
able
you.
to experience that practice test, how did that impact, and that ultimately impact then this discussion? Because you were able to then really be like, ooh, do we want to put that one or not put that one, right? One of San Diego coordinators said he tells his teacher candidates, take your own test, right? Take your own test so that you can see and experience what your students are experiencing and seeing and having difficulties with, so that you know how to better equip them, right?
Because one of the things also that always comes up is, so when we're testing, what exactly are we testing? When we're talking about literacy, we're also thinking about computer literacy, right? So do the students know how to interact with the interface? Do they know where to find the tools? Do they have the dexterity to use the mouse appropriately? If they don't, are they being provided with a touch screen? Is the touch screen compatible with the testing interface? So there are all these different questions that arise as we're trying out these different things. How would highlighting look like using a touchpad only? How would highlighting look like using a mouse that isn't ergonomical or isn't supporting the student's ability for movement? So considering all those different things will add to the results that we get from students if we don't take those things into consideration. And also with the highlighting, one of the things that we noticed is that you have to highlight the text first, right? If not, it won't highlight. So a student might be trying to highlight and then will get frustrated because the highlight option won't pop up, and it's because they haven't selected the text first. So again, take your own test, right?
How did this resource or something similar, how would that work? Do you have something? Let me rephrase that. That was like 20 questions in one. Hold on. So what evidence do I want to gather? Does your district have some type of form similar to this? And if not, how does this tool like this, how does that change the conversation at your sites? How powerful was it to really think about each assessment individually? Anybody want to share out on this actual tool itself? Oh yes, we'll get that too.
They got it from there, but they just made it so that we could print it out and write in it. That way, when it comes time to submit it on the TOMS, we already have a checklist of which ones, and it also has like an X, like okay, this accommodation we can't use. It has an X on it for certain things, so it just makes it a little easier for us.
Yes, and we will explore the ICEP tool in just a moment. I believe, though, the ICEP tool, does it categorize by test or it's just by resource? I think it's just resource. So this one is forcing you to think, does he need it for math? Does he need it for ELA? What evidence do I have for math? What evidence do I have for ELA? And how is that going to change for LPAC? What does that mean for science? Right? So really, again, going back to that beginning of understanding that jagged profile. Where does he need it? Anything else on the tool? Any other insight on the tool or how you see it effective or use or if?
We just kind of had a brief discussion about between engagement, action, and representation. Maybe if you could kind of give a little bit more information as to where those delineate.
So those are taken from the UDL guidelines, and it really helps organize what it is that we are attempting to do with the resource. So inside your folder, we're going to refer to it later on in the training as well, not training, this session. This accessibility resources planning tool, it's inside your folder. And it really structures every single one of the resources as to what it aims to do. So if you pull out this sheet of paper, we can go over it right now because again, that will provide some more clarity to some of the organizational structures that we're addressing as we speak to these documents. So when we're looking at engagement, that's in the green, we're talking about how do we help students, how do these resources support students in self-regulation, sustaining effort and persistence, as well as recruiting interest. So if you look down the column, it gives you a list of all the accessibility resources that would support an engagement. Again, self-regulation, sustaining effort and persistence, and recruiting interest.
Because we know and understand through research that one way the brain is activated is through that part of the brain. So we need all three to fully learn, and one of those is that engagement piece. So that covers that section.
And then when we're looking at action and expression is exactly as the title states. It's how will students demonstrate that they are learning? How will they show what it is that they're doing? And it's a little dark, and I apologize for the quality, but it's executive functioning, goal setting, monitoring, progress, strategy development. Even I'm having a hard time reading it. Thank you. Expression and communication and physical action.
We'll update those colors.
Yes, I know, it's really dark. So then you have the digital notepad again to structure your notes, to keep track of those. But again, a lot of these, as great as they are, they need to be practiced, because it requires a lot of toggling back and forth, opening the digital notepad, how to type the information, is the information meaningful, right? So we're talking about English dictionary and keyboard navigation, word prediction, calculator, et cetera, et cetera. When we're looking at the blue column now, which is representation, it's meant to aid comprehension, language, mathematical expression, and symbols, as well as perception. So we're talking about our bilingual dictionaries, translated test directions, stacked test directions. We're also looking at color overlays, magnification, masking, and text-to-speech. So it really helps you consider the UDL guidelines and how they relate to the resources available for accessibility for students. And that will also help you using the crosswalk, how those might align with instructional practices in the classroom to support the use of the accessibility resources. So it might not be completely evident as of yet, but every single resource provided right now really has a string that connects one to the other, so that it becomes a one-stop shop really to help you organize what it is that you're providing for students on a day-to-day basis as part of their instructional practices, and your teaching and your pedagogy, as well as what it's going to look like when you use it in assessment.
Did that answer your question? Perfect. And in thinking of those guidelines, there is no hierarchy, right? It's not, we start first with engagement, and then we do representation, and then it's wherever the need is, right? So that's why we have been trying to really emphasize, understand the student first, what does he struggle, look at the learning task, determine where the support is going to be needed or where it needs to be addressed.
So earlier in the day, we asked you to think of a student and the supports, the specific supports they might need, the specific resources they might need, whether they be designated supports, universal tools, or accommodations. Knowing now what you know, think of that student and what if there would be any difference in the supports you would provide for them. Also, going back to the form with the student profiles, I don't know where I left it. So this is a great tool also to help you when you're thinking of a student and detailing what will be provided for them in each specific area. And again, even though it says CAASPP, it's also for just content area instruction. I mean, these are supports that could be included during math class, during language arts, during ELD throughout the day. And because these supports change. You know, they might not need them consistently for mathematics or consistently for science. They might need them in only a particular area. So this is a great document to guide discussion, especially when determining designated supports. Because as we mentioned earlier, designated supports are for some students or a team of educators decides that this is needed. So this could also serve the purpose of being the form where the team discusses and agrees and lists out what would be appropriate for the student so that this can then be kept to be used to upload when uploading all that data into TOMS. So again, this really helps that way because it structures the discussion and it gives you something to document, to provide as as a resource. And again, because going from the all, universal tools, some designated supports, few accommodations, now we go into the more limited resources, which would be the accommodations, right? And then the following pages I'm going to show you are, it's a fictitious IEP, so don't worry. Doesn't have any information there, but it's just to give you an idea where you would document that. Because we have this for designated supports, universal tools, we know it's not needed, but when we're looking at an IEP, especially as we work with our gen ed friends, this is the document we typically use to let them know some of the supports that are being used for assessment, right? And an important piece of information that I always like to talk about is that these assessment accommodations, designated supports, tools that are made available should be made available consistently also. They should be made available throughout the day. So this is where you would document. So that information from the IEP at a glance comes from the statewide assessments page of the IEP. And here is where it's listed. And one of the great things that has happened recently is that the statewide assessments page is now aligned to the accommodations and the designated supports from the Matrix 1 and Matrix 4. So everything's completely aligned now. So you're able to select for each individual test. So if you're using only read aloud for your ELA, you would only mark it in ELA. If you don't need it, if in math you need the calculator, if the student is in 6th grade and above, then you can click that there. So it's fully aligned. And again, the starting point would always be, as you're having your IEP discussions and you're meeting with your team, you would start with the accessibility resource graphic. And then to determine really if this is what's appropriate for the student, you could go into the guide so that you can determine if that's really what you want for the student. Also in the services page, you really want to make sure that if you're using any type of assistive technologies, for example, the speech to text or text for AT or any type of AT graphic organizers, any type of AT, because we know that AT can range from high, medium, to low, to no technology. You want to make sure that it's documented somewhere that it's being used so that the student can be provided it consistently. So, how did smarter balanced resources in the practices comparison crosswalk assist in my learning? How can we use this resource to communicate between special education and gen ed teachers? So the different resources we saw in the minutes, these past minutes and then prior to lunch, how does this assist in your learning and how would that support communication between gen ed and SPED? Take a couple of minutes to discuss with your table group and then we'll go ahead and share out.
And I think particularly the comparison crosswalk, because I'm going to steal yours, I'm sorry. This one here, we know that the student has to be familiar with the accessibility resource. So that's pretty much what we want you to focus on, is how does this one really assist in learning? How does this one help bridge either that conversation with our general ed teachers or even with, well, I don't really have a digital line reader or my kids are not on a computer, so what do I do? Right? So really the conversation structured around this particular resource. How can this resource bridge the communication between general ed and SPED, and how does this assist in my learning?
I think I'm on.
Yes. Thank you so much for engaging in that. Again, just for you to reflect on, and how do you see this being implemented at your sites, because ultimately we want you to go back and share the wealth, right? Share the wealth and have that discussion of, hey, this is what we should use, okay? Now what, right? So there's all these resources, there's all these different things. Where do we begin, right? Where do we begin? So understanding the supports is one, right? Understanding these resources. Two is, what is that approach? How do we get this systematically in place at within our sites? So we know that there is a guideline for the structures that could be put in place at different sites. You have this handout. It's the effective use of accessibility resources. And it pretty much explains the CAASPP process. Okay. And these are those 7 steps that are noted towards the bottom of that handout. The 7 steps identified are, the first being the roles and responsibilities. Okay? Whose job is it to go back into the system and ensure that all these things are there? Whose job is it to get the info and training? You might be that person. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't whisper. You might be that person, right? Because you're here getting that info and training. So how do we ensure who's getting trained and who's coming back and training sites? Because all of our site needs to be trained. Okay? So as a teacher, probably step 1 and 2, that's not your job, right? That's our either your superintendent or your principals, whoever that person may be at your sites. What you are responsible for is number 3. Okay? So we're going to focus primarily on steps 3 and 4, and then we'll discuss why 5 and 6, again, it's off your plate as the teacher and back onto the responsibility of the system. So again, that step 3 is really understanding your student learning characteristics, their needs, what resources are available, and really understanding what kind of evidence you want to gather. So it begins with what we started off this morning. Who's in front of you? What are their strengths? What information do I have? Like the sheet you had just a moment ago. I need more than one way to know if indeed he is struggling with that. Not just one test to show that he's failing. Right? I need multiple sources of information. You are that decision maker. You are advocating for that student. They live with you practically more than what they live with their parents. So we know those students. We know what their needs are. So we are that team that is going to advocate for that student. We also need to be aware of our ELs. Knowing that some, as mentioned earlier, is also a student with disability. And do we understand why one resource is needed to support the disability, and why one resource is needed to support the language? Not both serving both. It may, but we understand what each one is doing. So understanding our English language learners. Those students that some of the work has been done, right? They are already identified through an IEP or 504, making sure that it is translating, making sure that it's happening in the classroom. How do we ensure that the general ed teacher is understanding? Because I can tell you, I was not IEP and 504 trained, so I would have appreciated that more in-depth understanding of what does this look like? What does this mean? Other than this is what you're supposed to do, right? So how do we communicate and consistently keep that line of communication open about IEPs and 504s with our general ed teachers? And really the message behind just in the task that you did was that team approach. You're looking at this student, you're looking at those multiple sources of information as a team. Who's on that team? Anybody that works with that student. If he's already identified, then it's the special ed and the general ed teacher. Okay? It's the parent. Right? It's the student. All of that. All of those are all crucial part of this approach. Parents. We talked about how the videos can be used as a source of information for parents. Okay? We've all looking at the practice tests with parents. This is why. This is what it looks like without it. This is what it looks like with it. I know as a teacher and a parent, we always want to be included, but we just don't know how to include them. This is one way. Parents do want to know, but we just haven't always found the right way to include them. So this is one way to include them. It also says in a previous document, usability, the usability accessibility also has some information on how we can engage parents in this process. So if you're interested about that resource, I can show you where that lives. And the student role. We talked about using the practice test and asking them, did you like it? What was confusing? What was not? How did it help you? But not only on the assessment, but after a lesson. Pull you aside. Let me talk to you. Let me have an interview, quick conversation. So today in our small group, I gave you a line reader. Can you tell me a little bit how you felt using that line reader? What did you feel? Did you feel less stressed? Did you feel that you were following line? Did you realize that you weren't skipping as many lines? All that metacognition has a high impact on student learning. I can tell you that I do that with my daughter all the time, right before we read. Okay, what do you constantly do? Skip lines. Okay, what are we gonna do? We're gonna use the line reader. And then after the line reader, I make her reflect. Hey, guess what? How many lines did you skip? Oh, I only skipped 3. Okay, so why? Did it work? Is the line reader working? Yes. She was the one I bought her just last year, the green readers and the pink readers. I don't know, I didn't know any difference. So I said, just pick the one you want to use. And she was the one that said, I don't like the pink, I can't see with the pink. And I was like, oh, because she has astigmatism. So the pink wasn't helping her, she wanted the green. I didn't, because in my eyes, it didn't matter the color. I just said, pick a color. You know, I was enticing her with color, but no, she was the one that was able to tell me, I don't like the pink, I can't see with the pink, I need the green. But if we don't talk to them, then we don't know that. So the ISAP process does have, I'm sorry, not the ISAP. In your participants folders, you do have an example of what that interview can consist of. And of course, according to who you're working with, the grade level, you would modify that. But the importance is talking to our students. How did it work? How did it not work? What can I do to support you? Then we select, right? We've had that discussion, we have that team, and we select depending on the need of that student. We use data, and we track. You also have this as a resource. It's not the only way, especially because it's paper pencils, so a lot of our newer teachers have a lot more tech tools than I do, I think. So this is just one way that you can track, right? How do we know when they used it? How are we keeping track if it's making an impact? What's the data we're collecting? What's the evidence behind it? That's also our responsibility. And then the ISAP process finishes up with that step 5, 6, and 7. And by this time, we have selected, whether it's this time coming up to an interim, this is the one we want. We give it to whoever's in charge, and they go into our test, to our TOM system and do the necessary adjustments there. We come back, we readjust if we need to. We come back to step 6 and 7. Maybe by this time it's summative. So 6 and 7 really becomes the role of the administrators. So thinking about the ISAP process, don't feel you have to answer all these questions. These are just questions to help you think and process. Choose one to talk to the person next to you. Okay, the person next to you. So instead of a table discussion, have a partner share out, unless you're a group of 3. Unless you're a group of 3. About 30 seconds. You're welcome. All right, and because it's about 2:15, and I see it, I'm gonna have you stand up for just a moment. I'm gonna have you stand up for just a moment, and I want you to raise your hand. Stand up. Play with me, please. Come on. Hands up. And I want you to roam around the room, and when you find somebody close to you, give them a high five and share another one of those responses. So whatever you shared with your group, don't share that same one. Share and reflect on another question. But take about 10 steps, because I know you're going to stay where you are. So take about 10 steps around before you actually get high five. But keep your hands up so you know who already, so that you can identify yourself at being a partner or not. From our Zoom. Woohoo! So if I can grab your attention, our Zoom participant has a question, and we would love to include him in our conversation.
One of our Zoom participants had a great question that maybe someone from the audience or one of the presenters could answer. And the question is if there are examples of how the accessibility resource classroom tracker would look like in use. So maybe how you utilize it with your general education teachers, maybe how do you use it to share information with your school site administrators. So if anyone would like to share, I think that would be helpful.
So the classroom tracker, how could you use the example given about the monthly classroom tracker, how could we use that in the classroom? Have you seen something like that being used in the classroom? Can anybody speak from experience of what they've seen? Okay, so we have somebody? No? So when I first saw that, obviously everything I see is new, right? And I think, wow, I didn't have this in the classroom. So I see it whenever I would have small groups. I would make sure that I have that with me so that I can note in my small group instruction. I think that I would probably use more of a Google Doc now than an actual handwritten one, just so I can make sure that it's, I always had an iPad or something and I can have it right there. I always use the interim assessments as an assessment for learning. So I would use it and have that just like you do when you take anecdotal notes when students are working in groups. I would have that as part of my instructional routine. I hope that answers our question. Okay, continue your conversation just about one more minute around our questions that are gone. So hopefully you remember our questions. Go ahead and continue your conversation you were having. There we are. Is it a question to the group? Wrap up your final thoughts. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the similar way that you found your partner, give them a high five and return back to your seats. All right, hopefully that oxygen is flowing again and we're back and running. I did have a question during that time. Are some of these resources available in Spanish? The guide is obviously the guide for teachers or educators, so that is not available in Spanish, but I can understand the importance of trying to translate, and maybe if you're not proficient. However, then the state would have to put up for all languages as to ensure that all languages are supported. But that is hopefully something that they can work on in the future, is how can we get more translated documents or resources for parents so that they can better understand. We know that some of the videos are in Spanish, the tutorial videos, but not everything's in Spanish. So hopefully the state will eventually roll out more resources in different languages to support our parents so that that communication becomes transparent. Right? Any share outs that is worth the microphone? Yeah? Go ahead. Thank you.
So when it comes to communication with parents, we're talking about how do you communicate this information to parents. I think the one step that we need to look at before you even do that is you need to work on the relationship with your parents so that the information you communicate is received well. Otherwise, if you don't have the relationship, information you share is going to be received with a little bit of skepticism, and skepticism sometimes causes conflict, and then you don't want to get into a situation where you're fighting over what accommodations are going to be on the IEP or on the CAASPP or anything like that. So that's an important piece never to overlook.
That is such a good point. Very good point. And that relationship is crucial because you need to know their background. Because, like my mom, she doesn't want anything easy for me, right? Because I'm from a Hispanic. And what do our Hispanic? No le des eso, maestra. Don't give him that. Let him, no baby him. My daughter cries when she falls. I'm like, you're fine, get up, right? Because it's part of our culture. And that mindset might be fault. That mindset might hinder this part of that process, right? No, then what is he going to do? What is he going to do when he goes to high school? What is he going to do? And believe me, I was a little guilty of that when I realized how much supports my daughter needed. And I'm like, what is she going to do in college? And I'm like, okay, you need to relax. She still needs to finish elementary. So, but it's that mentality, that culture of, tough it out. Come on, tough it out. You were fine. I didn't need all that. I survived. So that relationship is crucial to understand, and you're sensitive to those customs or beliefs that that particular parent might have. Excellent point.
There's also the opposite, side where you have parents that come in requesting everything under the sun, right? When it's not necessary, right? And as a teacher, but again, if the relationship isn't there, that conversation is like, well, how do you know? Or you don't know my son, right? You don't know my daughter. You don't know what they need, which is why it's so important, number one, that relationship, because you can communicate the direst of news if there's a good relationship. But if that's not there, then everything will be met with skepticism at best, if not outright, disdain sometimes, right? So, establishing that relationship also, and having the data to support, why it is that it is appropriate or why it is that it is not appropriate. And how do you attain that data? Not from giving the SPAC once a year, by doing it consistently in the classroom as part of the teaching and learning, and then during your regular curriculum-based assessments.
Yeah, really think about that image, that cone image, right? What's the data that we collect? Anything else around these questions that surfaced? Okay. So it was mentioned earlier, this CAASPP tool. So we have the time, we have the place for this exploration. So we're going to go in and explore what this tool looks like. How many of you are already familiar with the CAASPP tool? Oh, this is awesome. I love bringing new stuff. So Vanessa's going to go live. We're already live, but we're going to go even liver with the CAASPP tool. And she's going to pull up what it looks like, and then we're going to have you explore and also manipulate the tool, and then really come back and see, how do we use this? Where does it fit? Do you see it at the beginning? Do you see it at the end? How does this work at your site? How would this work at your site? So when you go to the link, it does, it will download as a Microsoft Excel sheet. So if you notice, the bottom of the Excel, you have tabs for different students. So if I have 10 students who I'm considering, or a student that I'm kind of watching, then I might make a sheet for that student. So once you've selected a student, your screen would look kind of like this. I know that the contrast is not the best on green on white, but looking at the sheet, you are to enter a student's name, their SSID, and any other information about that particular student. But the best part, even if you don't decide to do one for each student, the best part is that when you're thinking of that student's need, you would then click that particular category. So for instance, what's one of the most commons, right? Those executive functions. So if I click executive functions, and this student in particular is not on an IEP and not on a 504, then this set here are all the possible resources that might benefit that student. So it already does some of the work, some of the shuffling for you, instead of looking at this first and being like, whew, where do I start? This might be a place to start. So once I've decided from here, then I begin to practice and implement, interview, discuss, gather, and see its impact. If the same student that I'm thinking of is struggling with executive functions, but this student has a 504, I can click 504, and any additional items that are available for this particular student will come up. If I click another need, what happens? Additional supports or additional resources come up. So again, it just gives me all of them depending on the need of the student, depending on the need of the student. Okay? So Vanessa's going to go back to the link. And we're going to give you about 10, 12 minutes to explore the CAASPP tool. play with it, right? Think about all of the resources that you've so far have manipulated in your learning, and how does this add, or where does this play a part in today's learning? Okay? So go ahead, access the site. You're going to have to download the Excel and go ahead and see some of those functions on the CAASPP tool.
Realize that when you download the Excel file, you must enable editing at the top window and enable content. So the macros need to be enabled.
Our Zoom participants, please feel free to chime in if you have any questions as you are exploring your CAASPP tool as well. Bring a point that was, make sure that everybody hears, and especially our Zoom participants. We were having a conversation around separate setting. One of the insights that was brought up about a district was, what at one district is we tend to use separate setting as the, you're not behaving, go to a separate setting resource, versus what the intended purpose of that. And actually yesterday's participants, one of the teachers realized, or she explained to me, that she had a student who needed to read out loud. He loved to read out loud. He wasn't an IEP or a 504, but he loved to read out loud, and they noticed that that was making an impact on their reading comprehension. That would be a good use of a separate setting, because he's able to go by himself, not interrupt others that are taking the test, and be able to read out loud, because he won't be able to read out loud in the class because that's a disruption. That's a use of a separate setting, right? So how do we inform and really showcase what separate setting its intended purpose of, versus just a behavior, go outside, you're misbehaving, it's a separate setting, right? Into the group, and maybe some of our Zoom participants might have the answer. If you are familiar with the CAASPP tool, when you click it, you automatically get that populated section. Is there a way to manipulate so that the one that you don't want, you get to erase it? Because we try to go into the bar on top to see if we can delete it, and it's protected. So if it's a tool that you no longer want or realize it was ineffective, how do you use that document to then scratch out? Would you have to do strike through? Does anybody know how to manipulate that? No.
I think the column next to it is where you actually type in the resource you want to use.
So you would transfer that information.
Yeah, so let me pop it open just to make sure, because I don't want to give you false information. So if I open this up, so see, you would select a copy paste and then stick it in there, and then if you can't copy paste, you would just have to retype it. But this is where you actually select
Perfect.
the resource.
There we go. Thank you.
Why is it moving? Oh, there we go. Because I had clicked. There we go. No, it's because I had, since I had clicked back in there. So what's the question? Yes, if you download the Excel file onto your desktop or your hard drive, you should be able to manipulate it. Yeah.
One more minute. $20. Three, two, one. So CAASPP tool, pretty cool. I'm totally disclaiming that last year when I first trained accessibility resource, I'm like, oh, it's the CAASPP tool, cool. I thought it was the steps. It wasn't until I actually went to play in it, I was like, oh boy, did I miss the mark on that. So once I found out what this tool is, I was like, wow, this is awesome. But there is some caution in it, right? What would be some cautionary as you're using this? What would be some things to make sure you're aware of while you're using this? Why wouldn't this be the say so also or all of it? What would be some caution that we would have to have when we are using this CAASPP tool? Or why wouldn't this be the only tool that we would use? Our Zoom participants, please feel free to chime in. I wasn't prepared.
It's going to pull up designated supports that are specific to certain disabilities or categories, but when you look at the individualized for each student, you may need to go back and look at classroom supports and other things that may not pop up originally. And there may be too many in
Right. So it still needs a critical eye to determine which ones we want to move forward with. What's another caution as you're thinking of using this or utilizing this resource, this tool? The description given in the tool is pretty much basic information on what that tool is, but it doesn't really have us reflect like the guide. Right? The guide gives us a little bit more technicality as to things that you might consider with testing time, how much more time this resource might add to a student's time frame, what particular things would we consider with a student who is hard of hearing. So it's not the say-all because it's limited in what it provides. How many of you feel that this is more of a beginning place, or do you feel it's more of an ending place? What are your thoughts about where you see you utilizing this tool? At which point of your process? Who would like to share? Come on, we all want our students to participate in class, right? Wait time, it's crucial. Make sure our Zoom.
To me, it's a good start to have this document, but like she mentioned previously, it doesn't have all the different things that that specific child might need, but it's a good start, especially when we have to write those IEPs and we have to go in details. And every IEP, we have to take it with very, like if an advocate's in front of us, So then it's nice to have this tool and says, okay, we can go ahead and select this, and maybe we can start with 2 so we can keep the data. Because I saw all the different options, like, oh, I could do this, I could do that, but then I said, wait a minute. But then I have to start collecting data, and then how am I going to do all this, right? So then, but it's a good start. It's a really good start.
Because then we end up being in the same spot that I was early on in my career, where I selected everything, right? Then it becomes the same thing again, except now you're sitting maybe at an SST, and then you're clicking everything that's a designated support when that maybe perhaps isn't what the child really needs. So yeah, you have to be use a bit of caution there, not to get too designated support happy.
Anybody see this at the end of the process? How do you see it being utilized at the end? Is mostly everybody kind of in agreement of more the beginning? So use it at the end to kind of verify if you were on the right track, or did you miss something, right? Was there possibly a resource that you didn't consider? Double checking it, referencing it. All right. So at the beginning, we told you that we were going to come back to this sheet. So we're going to ask you to bring this one back. And the purpose of it, like Vanessa had said, was for you to keeping in mind towards that like strength assets, right? Assets. You already came to the table today with things that you were already doing. And now that you've learned more about resources, or you examined your classroom comparison crosswalk, you now have that technical resource name that you can apply that resource to. So maybe you had students track with their finger. What can you go back and put for that instead? Line reader. Right? Let's use the language that we have available today. So we're going to give you about, let's do 7 minutes to kind of look at what did you have there, what new things did you learn maybe in these particular needs, or now put the accessibility resource name for what you said you were already doing. If you need to use your comparison crosswalk, do that now. This is the time that you can use that comparison crosswalk. So about 7 minutes. Zoom participants, please make sure to ask us any questions if you have any on the classroom comparison crosswalk. All right, so what were some changes you made onto your graph? So was there any cross out you made and you put the resource name now? What? Go ahead. Now I'm ready. Go ahead. Anybody make some changes onto their sheet?
Like for a lot of them, I did put chunking, like for the attention difficulties, and I also put it for, I forgot, I can't read my writing, but mostly for attention difficulties, I did put chunking. So now we put like zooming in, streamlining, all that stuff, so more appropriate terms.
Perfect.
And some things I completely crossed out, like I preferential seating, because I kept thinking 504 students, my IEP students. So that one it could happen, but I could ignore it.
Now that preferential seating, depending on what it does, could turn into what? Separate setting, right? Separate setting. Anybody else that made some changes on their reflection? And you see how you didn't come to the table empty, right? You were already doing something. Now you're just attaching that technical term possibly to it, and making sure that we're all using that common language amongst general ed and our special ed departments. Any other insights onto the categories of need? Yes.
This was a discussion that we had regarding translation and English learners. When considering translation as a support, and we've had a conversation about, I started talking about how some students may not have academic Spanish. However, consideration is that some content-specific vocabulary in English, what we might consider Tier 3 vocabulary, is actually more common Spanish, common language Spanish, so Tier 2. Or not necessarily Tier 1, but Tier 2 vocabulary. So with that information in mind, I think about the third column, limited English language skills, and translation being a support, the difference between the stacked translation and the translated glossaries. So if a child needs just a word or a phrase translated, then the glossary is more appropriate than an overwhelming amount of text being translated, and just by what it looks like, I'm already turned off. So those are the two things that I wasn't thinking about at the beginning, translation is a support, but I wasn't thinking about how and when to use the tools and how might one be more appropriate than the other, considering what literacy in Espanol, in this case, the child brings to the table.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. Any others? Okay. Pass the torch.
We have this document right here, as well as the Google folder that has access to all of the documents we use today. And within those documents, you're going to find on slide 3, I believe, where we had our anchor resources, a large amount of work and support has been pulled from the California Practitioner's Guide. So here, this link, this QR code with the bit.ly will take you directly to the document. So some of the supports that are included inside the Practitioner's Guide are right up here. So if you look at the document itself, it's very lengthy, but it's full with amazing information that's necessary. So the attempt is to bring two worlds that are typically siloed together. So we're looking at English language learners and students with disabilities, just as the document itself is titled. So for the work that we were doing today, which has to do with assessment, not just for the ELA, the math, the science, and the Spanish, but also for the LPAC, a lot of information and resources are available in this document. The document itself it's structured in a way that offers multiple entry points for different practitioners, whether it be a general education teacher, an English language support teacher, a special education teacher, administration, speech and language pathologists, psychologists. And the way the document itself is structured is pretty self-explanatory if you look up here. We have 5 sections. And for the work that we've been doing today, it's in the identification of ELs, pre-referral interventions, as well as the students that already have a developed IEP that have qualified for special education services, Section 3, educational programs and instructional strategies. So as we are working with our students, as we are collaborating with our gen ed friends, this is a great resource for us to refer back to help us structure discussions and conversations. So what I would like you to do is to go to either your internet browser, or if you have a camera with you, or if you want to type in the bit.ly into your web browser, so we can go into the practitioner's guide briefly so that you can have an additional resource and support as you're engaging in these conversations with your Gen Ed friends. So the California Practitioner's Guide was published by the California Department of Education in July of 2019, and it includes a wealth of resources. So when you look at it this way, when you're going through the chapter, it's really overwhelming. But once you keep scrolling through and you take a look at the initial section, which begins on page section 1. Section 1 deals with the identification of ELs, and chapter 1 is students with disabilities who may be identified as English learners and supports for English learners within the multi-tiered systems of support. In chapter 1, you take a look up here, we talk about using accessibility resources for students with disabilities, as well as identifying and classifying English language learners, which in the state of California is obviously the LPAC. So chapter 1 provides a wealth of information for you to refer back to as you're planning with your Gen Ed counterparts in providing supports for students, from the identification of a student with a disability as an English learner and as tracking progress through the summative assessment. So chapter 1 has using the resources as well as dealing with misclassifications of students as English learners. Each chapter is structured in a way where the chapter overview is presented, information is then given, and then a student scenario detailing best practices is given at the end, as well as a chapter summary with frequently asked questions. So when it comes to students with disabilities or English learners that are students with disabilities, you oftentimes have questions that might arise, and what the structure that this provides is it gives you a lot of information that would address those different questions that arise, as well as giving you summative LPAC performance level descriptions. And this is definitely one of my favorite sections of the way the practitioner's guide is set up, is that it answers frequently asked questions, such as should students be given both the initial and the summative LPAC. So as you're having these discussions with your Gen Ed peers, with administration as an IEP team, and you're looking to answer questions that arise, you can refer to this document that has been put out by the California Department of Education. One that constantly comes up is, can special education teachers provide English language development services to English learner students in her classroom or on her caseload? The answer is yes. So again, like all those different questions that arise are answered in this manner, where you have the content of the chapter presented, then you have a chapter summary, and then you have the frequently asked questions, as well as a case study where you're able to put into practice what is learned in each chapter. So should you want to learn more about what an IEP for a student who's an English language learner that has a disability, what would go in the statewide assessments page, how would you develop linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, then you would have to refer back to the sections, which would be section 3, and then chapter 5, 6, or 7 will give you more detailed information on that. So again, this is a great resource for those of us that work with students that have been dually identified as being an English language learner and a student with a disability. We are going to be providing some PD that is specifically tied to the California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners with Disabilities in future sessions. So please keep an eye out for those PD opportunities, which will be available live as well as through Zoom for us. So in thinking of the California Practitioner's Guide, I want you to think of it as a resource that you can use in guiding discussions and asking questions for yourself, and in really helping us navigate what an educational program for a student that is dually identified. And again, for those reclass questions,